Senate will come out of recess. I call the Senate to order. I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor, say aye. Say aye. No. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, the Reverend Mark Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate, welcome home. Let's pray. God, we think of our world today that continues to turn with challenges. And today our hearts are also thinking about those who serve in our government who have lost loved ones. We're thinking about Representative Cushing and his family at this time as well. Just pray that you give them peace. As our senators do the work of the people, there's times that it gets weary, and your scripture says that those who wait upon you, you will renew their strength. And so we ask for your strength today. Protect our senators, give them not only strength, but wisdom, and give them the desires of their heart. This we pray. Amen.
Senator Bradley, can you lead us in the pledge? Senator Khan for an introduction.
If I could defer on that until 10 o'clock, I think he'll arrive then.
Okay. Any other introductions of guests? Well, I'd like to welcome you back, and happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone. It's a great day to come back to. The last time we were in session here was March 12th, 2020. That's 2 years and 4 days ago. I've missed the signature room, filled with so much history, and I know all of you have too. Well, it's good to be home. I would be remiss if I failed to thank Speaker Packard for the use of Reps Hall. Only in New Hampshire would one hall of legislative body share its chamber so generously with the other. Allowing the Senate to carry on the people's business here in the State House while the House went on the road, will be forever grateful for what they've done. I also want to acknowledge 5 of our colleagues who are here in their seats in the chamber for the very first time today. Senator Hennessy, Senator Prentice, Shardy, Senator Whitley, and Senator Perkins-Quokka. Congratulations. I also think we have 2 people celebrating their 29th birthday, Senator Birdsell and Senator Whitley, tomorrow. Happy birthday. Just a few things as we get going into the session. We keep a list up here, so if you want to speak or if you have a question, just do this or raise your hand. We'll acknowledge you, but we'll continue to go. And we'll build lists and we'll work through them. So don't think you've been forgotten. If it does get to that point, don't be afraid to speak up. But it's a little bit different than being in the other chamber. You're much tighter here so we can see everything that's going on. That's how it works. Technology is a great thing. When we used to do Zoom, I could tell when you were all having fun between each other, because I could see 23 people laughing about something Harold did. But that doesn't exist when you're in the chamber. The first fine will automatically go to Bradley because we know he's going to do it. And we need to pay for food next week because we'll be in session and we're going to probably need more than Cheez-Its, but because we're going to go all day. But in any case, be careful. Because if you need to answer that phone or you need to text, The ante room's out there. We've certainly had senators in the past that spend most of their time in the ante room and then come out to vote. I would suggest you stay on the floor as much as possible because it will be quick. This session today there's not a heck of a lot of debate on here, unless Senator Khan wants to debate. But we've eliminated education, so I guess we've gotten rid of half the calendar for debates. So just be careful. You're in the chamber. Respect it. It really does make a difference when we serve from in here. Bills removed from the consent calendar. Senate Bill 257 in energy. Senate Bill 363 in ED&A. Senate Bill 382 in ED&A. Without objection, the following bills are special ordered to the next session. Education, Senate Bill 238. Education, Senate Bill 426. Election law, Senate Bill 241. Executive Departments and Administration, Senate Bill 382. And Finance, Senate Bill 408. Senator Bradley moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. FN bills not waived under Senate Rule 4-5 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for referral to Finance by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance, and all other bills to third reading. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 210, an act relative to the sale of manufactured housing parks, having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Soucy for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's wonderful to rise in the chamber today and to move Senate Bill 210 ought to pass with amendment. The entirety of this bill as introduced would be replaced by the committee amendment, which came from a compromise that was reached after many lengthy meetings with affected stakeholders and sponsors of the bill. Prior to a manufactured housing park being sold, an intent to sell notice would be sent to the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority and the New Hampshire Manufactured Housing Association. The notice sent to the latter organization would exclude price terms and conditions of an offer. Unlike in the original bill, the phrase tenants association would not be removed from the statute. Section 1, paragraph 4 of the committee amendment contained the most significant changes. Rock, New Hampshire, or any organization that assists a tenants organization would be required to send or hand deliver a certified letter to each tenant or home outlining all of the terms associated with the final purchase proposal. The letter would also include a form to request an absentee ballot to allow tenants to vote on whether to purchase their park or not, and this, we believe, will encourage greater participation from residents. Any requested absentee form is required to be verifiable and secure. To address concerns about financing, a fee of no more than $5 per household will be charged in order to vote on the purchase. Only a simple majority of those voting, both in person and by absentee, would be necessary to move forward with the purchase of the park. Finally, no resident-owned park would be permitted to charge a non-association member fee of more than $25 additional rent over the member lot rent. The committee felt that the amendment encouraged greater voter participation while also ensuring greater transparency in the process. The Commerce Committee asked for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment. And I would just add, Mr. President, that the hearing on this bill was very lengthy, but the input that we received was significant. And hopefully the body can pass this bill today to improve the experience for those living in affordable housing in New Hampshire, as well as those working to assist these tenants. Affordable housing is critical to all of our success, and this bill goes a long way towards safeguarding our existing systems that we have in place for resident-owned communities. I would encourage you to adopt the amendment and vote ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Soucy. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Perkins Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President, in support of the committee amendment. And I just wanted to thank my colleagues on the Commerce Committee because initially those in the affordable housing community had concerns about SB 210, but those concerns have been resolved with this amendment and they can now fully support it. So thank you for your work.
Perkins Coker. Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much. As the sponsor of the bill, I want to first several people who came and testified not only on Senate Bill 210, but also Senate Bill 324. Luis Rideout, Bonnie Gowers, and John Murphy. Their compelling testimony, I think, is what drove the fact that I sponsored the bill in the first instance, but also produced the compromise. There are instances where a small minority of residents in a manufactured housing park do not have their wishes adhered to because a minority of people have voted to become a resident-owned community. It was always the intent of Senate Bill 210 to give more transparency and greater voting rights to all residents of a manufactured housing park. That was the only intent of the bill. When we learned through the process that people that try to create resident-owned communities felt that this would undermine their efforts, we backed right off. And we said, all right, how can we fix the process? And that's what this amendment does. Senator Soucy, or my friend from Manchester, sorry, I've forgotten the right protocol already, was absolutely right in going through all the details of what it does. It will give far greater opportunities for residents of manufactured housing park to participate in the decision as to whether or not they become a resident-owned community. That was always the intent. That's what's reflected in this amendment. And again, I want to salute the courage of Ms. Rideout and Gowers and Mr. Murphy that came and testified on this bill and Senate Bill 324. Without their compelling testimony and the stories, well, not stories, but the facts that they brought to the problems that were existing would not have allowed us or pushed us to move forward with this bill in a way that I think is acceptable to everyone. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bradley, the question is the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 210. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senator will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 324 FN, an act establishing a condominium homeowners association cooperative dispute resolution board and relative to the authority of homeowners association. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator French for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 324 FN ought to pass with amendment. As introduced, this bill would have created a dispute resolution board to assist homeowners associations, condominium associations, and cooperatives in resolving differences with their residents more efficiently and without having to go to court. After considerable public input, which most of it was negative, the committee created an amendment that would replace the bill in its entirety. The amendment would require each association or tenant-owned manufactured housing park to have bylaws that contain a dispute resolution procedure. Any decisions reached by the board would be final. However, decisions could be appealed by a unit owner or tenant. The effective date for the tenant-owned manufactured housing parks would be extended to July 1st, 2023, to provide them with additional time to update their bylaws. The Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 324 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator French. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 324. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 340 FN, an act relative to the direct-to-consumer shipment of alcohol to New Hampshire residents. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 5-0. Senator Bradley for the committee.
Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 340, refer for interim study. The bill would have implemented the annual restriction placed on shipments to consumers by liquor, wine, and beer manufacturers. In addition, this bill would have eliminated the requirement that the names and addresses of purchasers be provided to the Commission, the Liquor Commission. The committee heard that previous legislation had been adopted to avoid potential litigation by applying the same limitations to in-state direct shippers as to those applied to out-of-state direct shippers. Because of the possibility of this kind of litigation and the interstate commerce clause and the impact that it had, the committee voted for interim study and asked for your support on the motion of refer for interim study. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bradley, the motion is refer to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. The body to vote against interim study. I agree with the senator from Wolfboro that there was the original bill caused a difference in parity between in-state shippers and out-of-state shippers. I have an amendment that I would like to bring forward that brings parity to the two, so I would ask that the body turn down interim study so that the amendment may be brought forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. Further discussion? Question? Senator Bradley.
Given that we haven't had a chance to look at this subsequent amendment, and I know that you were going to have a conversation with the Liquor Commission, I'd ask that we put this bill on the table so that, in fairness to our friend from District 11, he has a possibility of another week to resolve some of the issues.
So you just learned your first lesson on what you can't do. If you're going to table, you stand up and table, and we vote on tabling. Thank you, Senator. The motion is
Fine, lunch next week.
the motion is to table. All in favor say aye. Opposed? You've tabled Senate Bill 340. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred CACR 36, a resolution, residency for the purpose of voting, providing that only residents of the state may vote in elections. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the resolution is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move CACR 36 ought to pass with amendment. This constitutional amendment, concurrent resolution as amended, provides that a person must be a citizen of the United States and a resident of New Hampshire for the purpose of voting. CACR 36 is all about protecting the integrity of the election process and clarifying who qualifies to vote in New Hampshire. Excuse me. Currently, the New Hampshire Constitution provides that a voter must be domiciled in the state to vote. There has been far too much confusion over this term, so the amendment requires both domicile and primary residence. There have been many races in New Hampshire that have been decided by only a few votes.
Transient voters should not be able to determine the outcome of those elections. In making this change, legally qualified residents of New Hampshire will no longer be disenfranchised by legal residents of another state. Constitutional Amendment 36 will promote voter integrity and therefore promote participation in our elections. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support in the motion of ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in opposition to the ought to pass as amended recommendation on Constitutional Amendment 36, as this legislation is simply unnecessary. Currently, Part 1, Article 11 of the New Hampshire Constitution limits the right to vote to people who are domiciled here. Domicile for voting purposes is already defined by the legislature in RSA 654(1)(1) as that one place where a person, more than any other place, has established a physical presence and manifests an intent to maintain a single continuous presence for domestic, social, and civil purposes relevant to participating in democratic self-government. How does that differ from residence? It does not. As decided in Casey v. Secretary of State, the court stated in its decision that, as we explain below, we conclude that a person with a New Hampshire domicile under RSA 654(1) is necessarily a resident under RSA 21(6). In other words, the legislature has already defined domicile and residence to be the same, and because the proposed constitutional amendment defines neither domicile nor residency, it would remain up to the general court to define those terms, which it has already done. The amendment offered in committee did nothing to address these concerns. It's an unnecessary change to our election laws that will serve only to cause more confusion around voting. I would urge my colleagues to vote down the ought to pass as amended motion so a subsequent inexpedient to legislate motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Quoker. Further discussion? This is a CACR. It would require 15 votes to pass. Are you ready for the roll call? Required. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy. Yes. Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes.
Failed.
The noes have it, 14 to 10. The motion is defeated. Senator Birdsell. Motion to table.
Move to table.
Motion is to table. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. You've tabled CACR 36. Senator will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 254, an act apportioning executive council districts. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 254, refer to interim study. This bill would establish new executive council districts based on the latest federal decennial census. After examining the current districts, the population deviation was found to be only 2.27. In order to keep with the constitutional and statutory requirements, it is not necessary to make changes to the established districts. And we've also special ordered Senate Bill 241, which will incorporate any changes that the Senate does want to do. Therefore, the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support and a motion to refer to interim study. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Soucy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to speak against the interim study motion. One of the most consistent things that we heard as the redistricting committee traveling around the state, county by county, was that people felt Executive Council District 2 was gerrymandered and is not a good example of what our redistricting process should be. This was consistent around all counties, not just those that are part of that existing district. For that reason, the senator from District 21 and I put forth an amendment that proposed starting not from the existing districts, which have that flaw, but from the districts that existed prior to that, that were put into place in 2002. We then made adjustments for population, deviation, and based on communities of interest, and also county lines to try to keep the proposal within all of those different characteristics. Our proposal would have better reflected the partisan balance that exists in our state. The result would have been 5 competitive executive council districts with an overall population deviation of 6.32, which is still well within the required range. Mr. President, by not moving forward on an executive council map today, I think we're missing a huge opportunity. The process of redrawing our legislative districts is one of the most important tasks that we perform as elected officials. And the plan put in place is going to last us 10 years. As such, it's just not acceptable to leave the existing executive council districts in place for another 10 years. The work is too important for us to just walk away from our responsibilities. What we need to do is propose a new map that better reflects our communities of interest and eliminates the existing gerrymandered district, specifically District 2. For those reasons, I encourage my colleagues to vote against this so that we could offer a subsequent plan to redraw the executive council districts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Soucy. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 254. You ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Soucy, seconded by Senator Gaida. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. The motion of refer to interim study is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 328, an act relative to the date of state primary election. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Gray for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 328 ought to pass with amendment. This bill, as amended, changes the date of the state primary election to the third Tuesday in June. Currently, the lateness of the New Hampshire primary election puts candidates for general election at a disadvantage. Having a primary in September leaves only 2 months for candidates to raise funds and to get their message across to voters. A June primary allows voters to a chance to get to know the candidates and vice versa. A similar bill was passed last year that would have put the primary in August, but subsequently vetoed. With this legislation, a compromise has been reached for the June primary with an effective date of January the 1st, 2023. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support and a motion ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 328. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. Just to bring you up to speed, you already voted on that amendment on 216. So the bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment 1137S, and I'd like to speak to my amendment.
Senator Birdsell offers for amendment 1137S and may speak to her amendment. Not handing them out. Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I spoke before on this amendment, on this bill, I am concerned. I understand that this actually gives an advantage to our federal candidates, and I understand why. However, I think it puts the New Hampshire legislator at a complete disadvantage, specifically the Senate, because by the time that we're going to be having to sign up, which would be March, April timeframe, we're going to be getting the bills from the House, and we know how many bills we're going to be getting. We're close to probably 400, 500 bills. So while we're trying to do the state's business and our constituents' business, our opponents are going to be out there, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, those opponents are going to be out there campaigning while we're trying to do the business. So what this amendment does, as we did, I think, 2 years ago, it moves the primary to the second Tuesday in August. To me, that's a fair negotiation because it gets the federal candidates in a little earlier and gives us a little bit more time to get out there. So it's identical to the bill except for the change in the date. So with that, Mr. President, I would ask that the body support 1137S. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1137. Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Chair is in doubt. Roll calls. Out of recess. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1137S. A roll call has been requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Gaida. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy. Senator Gaida. Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes.
That was
The
good.
ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted 19-5. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 328. A roll call has been requested by Senator Avard and seconded by Senator Gaida. You ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka. Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it.
22
The
to 2.
motion is adopted 22-2, and it's ordered to third reading.
Roll
The
call.
Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 400 FN, an act relative to training and procedures for zoning and planning boards and relative to financial investments incentives for affordable housing development. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Perkins Quokka for the committee.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 400 ought to pass with amendment. This bill, as amended, creates incentives and establishes requirements for workforce and affordable housing development. Additionally, it revises the timeframes for planning board consideration of applications and establishes the New Hampshire Housing Champion Certification Program. Currently, the median price for a home in New Hampshire is over $400,000. In a 2-year span from December of 2019 to December of 2021, that median price increased 33%. The vacancy rate has continued to shrink below 1%. The need for affordable housing has reached a crisis level which could have long-term effects on New Hampshire's economy and well-being. SB 400 creates tools for our communities to incentivize and support the development of affordable housing as a state-level goal. Utilizing training, inclusionary zoning, efficient timelines, and streamlined processes, this legislation will provide the tools necessary for municipalities and developers to advance affordable housing proposals. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Quokka. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Gaida with a... Okay. Further discussion on the committee amendment? The question is the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Guy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can this question be divided?
Motion is to table. Senate Bill 400.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 52, an act apportioning congressional districts. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 52 ought to pass. This bill establishes new United States House of Representative districts in accordance with the latest federal decennial census. New Hampshire's 2 congressional districts were crafted by the House Special Committee on Redistricting to meet federal constitutional criteria. Due to an increase in the state's population, changes were needed to the current maps to be sure that equal population distribution between the districts. This plan complies with one-man, one-vote requirements and does not violate any city or divide any city or town between districts. Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support and motion of ought to pass, and I ask to speak to my motion, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the first map that we're taking up that, other than the House districts, which we haven't modified. And the question comes up is, should you or should you not? When I looked for guidance on what to do, I looked to Manchester versus Gardner and the Supreme Court decision there about what they did when they were asked to review the maps to see if they were constitutional and met the criteria that was needed. And in my opinion, it's a completely different criteria. You need to go in, you need to look at the map and say, does it meet that criteria? And this map does. The map, as proposed, had a deviation of 0.02, actually less than 0.02. The deviation was 89 and 88, positive and negative. And when you figure it out over a population in the state of 1.377 million people, that's the percentage that you get. What guidance have we been given on population deviation for this office? The guidance that we've been given by the court is 0.75% would normally be found acceptable. We went not to 0.75, but to 0.02%. When we look at the state constitution and the guidance that's in there, Part 2, Article 9, which is in the representative section, but it talks about the population being as equal as practical. I believe this map meets that criteria. And therefore, I ask you all to support passage of House Bill 52. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Further discussion? Senator Perkins Coker.
Mr. President, I'd like to move floor amendment 1136S. Is that what we're doing? Recess for a minute. Okay. I retract that, Mr. President. I'm just going to make a statement on HB 52. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the committee recommendation of odd to pass on HB 52. The congressional map passed by House Republicans that we passed through Senate election law and municipal affairs should deeply concern all Granite Staters. The existing districts have remained the same for nearly 140 years because population shifts between the districts have been minimal. This break with long-standing precedent further underscores how fundamentally unfair these new lines that have been drawn are. I respectfully disagree with my colleague from District 6 on the drawing of these maps. This same change could have been accomplished by the movement of one town, Hampstead, which would have resulted in a population shift for only under 9,000 of our citizens instead of moving close to 300,000 of our citizens from different districts. The proposal before us today flies in the face of fair representation for every citizen, the constitutional tenet we've all been sworn to uphold as elected officials. It was not crafted to address any kind of significant imbalance in the population. This is being done sheerly on the basis of political power. Both congressional seats should remain competitive, mirroring our state as a whole. But Republicans in CD2 should know that their vote counts too, and that their voices are being heard. By moving nearly 300,000 voters to new districts, these maps silence those voters. I'm deeply disappointed that the constitutionally noble goal of redistricting has been abandoned in a barefaced partisan display, and urge my colleagues to reject the committee recommendation of ought to pass so that we can consider maps that better represent the people of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of the committee recommendation on HB 52. As we all know, redistricting is one of the most important duties we are charged with as legislators, and it is a job we should take extremely seriously. This year, a joint House and Senate redistricting committee traveled around the state and heard from the public on what they wanted the redrawn districts to look like. Overwhelmingly and almost without fail, Granite Staters told the committee they wanted the process to be fair and transparent. The map before us in HB 52 tells us that the public input sessions on the redistricting process were just for performance. Instead of responding to this input, the map seems to reflect a desired outcome, not the public's. The new proposed congressional seats swing nearly 300,000 Granite Staters between districts, lock in each seat as safe for each party, and rob independents, a third of our electorate, and the North Country of representation and choice. They also tear the seacoast in half and exclude Manchester from its community of interest with the economies of the southern half of the state. There was no overwhelming reason to drastically change the existing districts that have been largely the same for 140 years, other than political considerations or gerrymandering. We heard loud and clear that the people of New Hampshire want their congressional districts to remain competitive, mirroring the state as a whole. I share the outrage we have heard about this proposal because this map does not reflect how a healthy democracy works. All voices must be considered and equitably represented.
A strong, vibrant, and trustworthy democracy depends on voters choosing their elected leaders, not the other way around. Elections should be a choice, and the majority's proposal takes that choice away from voters. By removing competition, this map will result in elected officials being less responsive and less accountable to their constituents. This isn't the New Hampshire way. We pride ourselves on robust civic engagement, and these maps rob our electorate of equal representation. Granite Staters deserve a voice and choice in their elections. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the committee recommendation on HB 52. Thank you, Mr. President.
President, I would like to offer floor amendment 1136S and speak to my amendment. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I said earlier, redistricting is probably one of the most important things that this body has to do. It's a process that's going to last for 10 years. And we spent a considerable amount of time traveling around the state, listening to what people had to say. And I offer this floor amendment today because I also listened to the people who came to the public hearing on this bill. At the Senate public hearing, there were 4 people, House members, 4 in support. There were 542 people that took the time to voice their objections and concerns. The reason they're concerned are the drastic changes that have been described to you. If this is truly about, that case of Manchester versus Gardner, and you're looking solely at numbers, there's no reason to do this. If the issue really simply boils down to just numbers, there is an easy fix. It's this floor amendment, 1136. What the floor amendment does is address the population difference between the 2 districts, which currently is 17,945 voters. 17,945. Interestingly enough, if you move the town of Hampstead from CD1 to CD2, you have a difference between the districts of 51 voters. If this is just about getting the numbers close, why would you move nearly 300,000 voters from one district to the other and upend 140 years of history? When the district was first formed, Portsmouth and Seacoast area, part of the district. There's no reason for this. Absolutely no reason except to disenfranchise voters. And look, why this chamber, why that chamber decided to concede one district is going to be more Democratic, one district is going to be more Republican, just boggles my mind, and clearly that of the public. What people want is competition. And if you have good candidates running in both districts, either candidate could win, regardless of their party. Let's keep our congressional districts competitive. Let's make this one minor change that preserves our history, our tradition, and many communities of interest like the Seacoast. Please vote for this amendment, make this simple change so that we can get back to the business of the people on our other bills. Thank you, Mr. President.
Success. Further discussion, Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Going back to Manchester versus Gardner, part of what I talked about there, and the senator, from District 18 neglected to say, is that there's a different criteria when somebody else draws the map. To go in and say, I want to change everything that the other body did, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. When that map, when that plan meets the criteria, we are expected to not change this one, but in discussions that I've had in the Election Law Committee, we want to change wholesale the Executive Council. Which side are you on? no change or a lot of change. And by the way, we're not the one that changed the congressional map. The body on the other side of the wall, as they call us, okay, is the one that made that change. They looked at the map, they said, I-93. Great difference between the people who live right up against I-93 in the southern part of the state. So I want to start there to draw districts. The senator from District 18 says, oh, we shouldn't do that. Why? We are given very little guidance. And I've talked about both of them, one man, one vote, and the guidance in our own Constitution about what the criteria is. The senator also said, I can get it down to 51 instead of 88, 89. Great. Manchester versus Gardner also talks about that. It says, hey, you know, if you've got a plan, it meets the criteria, and the other plan that someone else comes up with later, do you have to change to that new plan? And it's clear in the decision after you read it, the answer is no. We need to look at this map as something that has been sent by the other body and said, are we going to be able to pass a map that both the House and the Senate will approve of? The way to do it is to pass the bill without this amendment and get on with our vote. Thank you.
Senator Gray. Senator Birdsell.
President, I rise in favor of the congressional redistricting map. Now, let's just talk about political power here. This map was built by the other body. It meets all the criteria that both the court decision says and our New Hampshire Constitution. Let's talk about gerrymandering. Maryland, one district in Maryland. Jerry Nadler's district in New York. That's gerrymandering. What we've put together is not gerrymandering. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. Senator Perkins Poca.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Amendment 1136S and to address a couple of comments made by my colleague. You know, we've heard our colleague from District 6 ask, you know, first you want changes and then you don't want changes. Which side of this are you on? We're on the side of fairness. We need to see maps that are fair. We're against the Executive Council maps staying the same because those are gerrymandered, and you've seen District 2. We're in favor of change of little change in this case because our maps were drawn 140 years ago and have stayed nearly the same that entire time. You know, the senator from District 6 claims that based on Manchester versus Gardner, we only need to look at the numbers. We only need to look at the population deviation. My colleague from District 18 made the good point that if that was the case, then Amendment 1136 should be the amendment we are passing because it's the smallest shift in numbers, and yet it respects the population changes made by the census. In addition to that, you know, last I checked, we were legislators. We are here to do hard work, to listen to the public, and to enact what they asked us to do the hard work to create communities of interest, to make sure that we're putting together the fairest maps we can. And, you know, the HB 52, as brought over by the House, does not do that. If we aren't going to do that work, then why did we ask the public to come to hours and hours of public testimony if we weren't going to respect what they told us? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Perkins Coker. The question is the adoption of Floor Amendment 1136. Further discussion. Roll call has been requested by Senator Soucy, seconded by Senator Carson. Is there any further discussion? You ready for the roll call? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray,
No.
Senator French,
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Ricciardi,
No.
Senator Khan,
Yes.
Senator Daniels,
No.
Senator Avard,
No.
Senator Rosenwald,
Yes.
Senator Carson,
No.
Senator Whitley,
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Senator Reagan,
No.
Senator Soucy,
Yes.
Senator Birdsell,
No.
Senator D'Alessandro,
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka,
Yes.
Senator Gannon,
No.
Senator Sherman,
Yes.
Senator Morse.
No. The amendment is defeated 10-14. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a little concerned today because I keep hearing this word gerrymandering being thrown around this chamber. And quite frankly, it's a term that's been thrown around this state since this whole process of redistricting began. There's a strong historical context of what gerrymandering is, and I'd like to thank my colleague from District 19 for bringing in a map to show everyone what gerrymandering actually looks like. In the decision of Gardner versus Manchester, those maps were determined not to have been gerrymandered. So why is that term being thrown around here today? Why? And it's done, I believe, for political expediency. I attended one of the meetings. I was an alternate, and I attended one of the meetings. And I looked to see who were coming out. Who were these people that were coming out? A good number of the people that came were political activists with agendas already in place. And I think that needs to be brought out as well. This is a political process. Everything that was done fairly, transparently, and open to everyone in the state of New Hampshire. I think we need to be very careful when we're talking about this process. And we need to be transparent. We need to be open. And we need to be truthful about this. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Carson. The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 52. Senator D'Alessandro.
Mr. President. Mr. President, the discussion that's taken place clearly indicates one very specific thing. We need an independent entity to redesign the districts. We need somebody from the outside with no political ambition, but with fairness and doing the right thing. Their primary purpose of existing. Gerrymandering. I used to teach gerrymandering when I was teaching in college, teaching in high school. Gerrymandering came from Britain. That's where the original gerrymandering took place. And we've followed their guidelines for the last 200 years. Damn poor, in my opinion. I've been around here for 50 years. Every 10 years, we have a political discussion about what the districts should look like. I represented District 4 in the Executive Council. It doesn't look anything today like it did then. An independent commission with no political bias. That's the way we should go. That's what we need. The public comes, the public makes presentations. They go right by the boards. They go thrown out the window. We can't let that happen. That's why the public has no confidence in government. Think of that. Think of public confidence in government. Think of that person on the street who looks at you and says, boy, there's a person who's doing the right thing, who's truly representing me and truly representing my desires. Why has that disappeared? Why has that gone from the process? Because of the nonsense that's taken place and the gerrymandering that's taken place. Why is it that 85% of the people in Congress can win their district again? Because it's totally gerrymandered in that respect. Don't let that happen here. Don't let that happen to New Hampshire. You know, this is New Hampshire. We have 2 congressional seats. Let's make them competitive. Let's make them truly representative. Let's make them truly represent the people of this state. I think that's the key element. It's the key issue. Listen, we can debate forever. And I know we don't turn any numbers when we're speaking, but indeed, let's put the premise forward. And the basic premise is the integrity of the process, the desire that people are really represented and that what we do here truly represents the will of the people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This past fall, I had the honor and the pleasure of going to a leadership conference in Ireland where I met fellow legislators from all around the country. And one thing that I took the time to ask them about was these independent redistricting commissions, because it was something that we had discussed in this chamber at length. Every single senator that I spoke to told me they wished they hadn't done it because it was not independent. It ended up being just another exercise in politics. So I just want us to be very careful about what we are talking here today about. My good friend and colleague from District 20 talked about confidence in government. Let's start here in this chamber. Let's start talking about the truth, and let's stop spreading misinformation, because that is where the public loses confidence in government. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with a good senator from District 14, and I will add, we had this debate a couple of years ago regarding the independent redistricting commissions. They are, in agreement with Senator from District 14, they are not independent. If you look at California, what California did in their redistricting commission, they got activists onto the commissions. That's how they got their supermajority. When you look at the the New York map, their independent redistricting commission put a map together. The legislature threw it out, and here you got Jerry Nadler's district goes through 12 different assemblyman districts. So independent redistricting commissions do not work, and I agree with the good senator from District 14. We need to be transparent about this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. Senator Soucy.
President, I rise one more time to just focus us in on what we have before us. We don't have a commission. We're not any other state other than New Hampshire. We have 2 congressional districts, and what we're deciding today is whether to accept wholesale the work of the other chamber. With due respect, I've been here for 10 years. We take House bills all the time, regardless of what the subject matter is. We replace them completely, we amend them, we change them. Our job here is to be critical of what comes over and to look at it. Our job here is to listen to what the people of our state and our counties asked, and what they asked for were 2 competitive districts. Not one favoring one party and one favoring the other. They asked for 2 competitive districts. Please vote against this proposal. I recognize that we're going to be the last state in the union to adopt our congressional maps. Every other state's ahead of us, but we got to get it right. And this just is not right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Soucy. Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hear a lot about the public hearings. If I was able to ask for a show of hands of how many of our senators went to every one of the 10 counties for the districts, my hand would be the only one up. I know who went. I know that in several of those, we had so few people that to make the hearing last a half an hour, we recessed it for 15 minutes. So all of this about, The people were there. They were in the grocery stores, in the other places I go, in front of the city council for Rochester. People made statements about redistricting. And when Rochester, they made statements about the House redistricting. I got many comments after I did a presentation to the Rochester City Council explaining why the representatives were districted the way they were. And I got many comments about the rest of the redistricting. They don't show up in the numbers of people who showed up at those hearings. They don't show up in the people who actually attended the hearings here. But I can tell you that many more people from my district have said that they support the things that I am doing in redistricting. And I intend to honor my constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 52. Roll call has been requested by Senator Soucy, seconded by Senator Avard. You ready for the roll call? Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 13 to 11. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which is referred Senate Bill 369 FNA, an act relative to organic farming. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Avard for the committee.
Avard.
President, I move SB 369 FNA, inexpedient to legislate. SB 369 FNA would require the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Foods to administer an organic certification program. The Department of Agriculture previously oversaw an organic certification program, but it has recently ceased doing so due to staffing issues. The department was not confident in its ability to conduct inspections to the standards of the SDA and was concerned that this would put farmers at risk. So the Department of Agriculture believes that they can continue to certify organic vegetables, fruits, maple syrup as the program currently oversees. However, they cannot handle the livestock aspects at this time. And, we struggled with this bill, Mr. President, but it seems as though that and I really appreciate the sponsors for really bringing it to light and for advocating for organic farmers. But at this time, this bill is just not ready. The commissioner did say something to the effect that maybe they could change their fees or something like that, but it should be reworked. And so with that, Mr. President, I just ask for the motion for inexpedient to legislate. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise not to challenge the committee's work. I understand how we've gotten to this place, but I do rise to speak on behalf of 44 producers in this state who are going to go out of state in order to get their products certified as organically produced. Those 44 entities will now have labels on their products that say certified by the state of Maine, certified by the state of Massachusetts, or Pennsylvania or New York. Is that the way that New Hampshire intends to grow organic and small locavore farms? Is that in the best interests of our state in the long run? So we may be at this place at this time, but this body needs to have a critical eye on this, and as we get into a next biennial budget, consider, is $380,000 too much in order to preserve our commitment to organic farming in this state? We have a representative on the other side of the wall who produces eggs. And he says, what are my New Hampshire eggs going to be labeled in the grocery store? Produced or certified by Massachusetts, because that's his only option. I'm sorry we're at this point, and we better come back and do a critical eye on this next year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. Senator Sherman. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to share some background on organics and our brand very briefly. I used to be chairman of the board of a foundation called Less Cancer. In that, we really looked in depth at how we can avoid exposure of contaminants to children. The Senate President and I have been doing this work in drinking water over the last several years. And this bill underscores how critical the idea of really having the availability of organic farming and organic products available to our parents and to our children. There are studies out of the southern part of the country that show that if you look at the urine of children who have an organic diet versus a regular diet, you can actually detect the pesticides and herbicides in the urine of the regular diet children, and it's not present in the organic diet. We've made a commitment in both bodies to protecting our children from contaminants, whether it's lead, arsenic, or PFAS. Now our New Hampshire brand is the Massachusetts brand, is the Maine brand. It's not New Hampshire. And I can't think of any place where this is more unfortunate than in the syrup production, which is, I think, by far the best in the country. So when we think about our brand and our children and making sure that we bring those together and underscore the importance of preventing exposure to contaminants in our children, let's come back, as Senator Khan has said, and put this in the budget next year and make absolutely sure that our brand says we are doing everything as a state and as a legislature to protect our children and our families from herbicides and pesticides if they so choose. And it's a New Hampshire product. Thank you. Senator Sherman. Senator Gannon with a question of?
Senator Sherman, if you take it just from my education, Senator, they're making a lot more money, and a quick follow-up, when they sell organic brand, right?
They charge more, but they have higher overhead.
Sure, but a lot more space in there in between, probably.
Probably, but
Okay, quick follow-up, not debating it. Why can't they self-fund if they're making a good amount of money on this? Why couldn't these people come together and fund someone
well,
to?
that's not what we're talking about
No,
today,
it isn't,
Senator.
but why couldn't we do that, rather than have the government pay for it?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'll go on. I'm all set.
I'd be happy to talk to you offline about
do
that.
that. Thank you.
But not pertinent to the bill. Thank you.
Everybody in the committee they want to support the organic farming, but this bill wasn't ready to meet that need. So when we come back in next year, we can come up with another solution. We had every senator in our committee really concerned with this, including the commissioner, who spoke passionately about his desire to move forward. But this wasn't the right time nor the right bill or to move forward. So agreeing with everybody, we want organic farming in New Hampshire. Right now, this wasn't the vehicle to do it. So with that, hopefully it ends any debate. But thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Abar. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of an expedient to legislate on Senate Bill 369. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion of an expedient to legislate is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 359FN, an act requiring the Commissioner of Department of Administrative Services to conduct an inventory of all state real estate. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is an expedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Reagan for the committee.
Senator Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 359, an expedient to legislate. This bill would have required the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative Services to conduct an inventory of all state-owned real estate for the purposes of identifying property that might be available for low to moderate income housing. Although well-intentioned, existing statutory and procedural mechanisms are in place to identify state-owned real property suitable for low to moderate income housing projects with notice to the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority. The majority of the ED&A committee views this bill as unnecessary and asks for your support on the motion of an expedient to legislate on Senate Bill 359. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Reagan. The motion is then expedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Whitley. Try again. Senator Perkins Spolka.
We get confused sometimes. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of SB 359 and in opposition to the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. The bill was crafted with the input of local stakeholders in Concord who are seeking to address, the prolonged housing shortage that we've all discussed. After the initial hearing for SB 359, several state agencies came forward with concerns, but I worked really hard with those agencies. I worked and worked and worked and worked, and we went through several iterations of the bill. The amendment I brought back to ED&A narrowly required an additional field to be filled out by these agencies, and I specifically worked with the New Hampshire Department of Transportation and Forest and Lands to make sure that they, as the most impacted agencies with the most real property, were able to have carve-outs that would reduce the burden on them for this statute. So, the amendment I brought forward in committee, I believe, addressed all of their concerns, and the Department of Administrative Services acknowledged that this is a requirement that is not currently in statute. So, I would encourage the body to overturn the ITL recommendation on SB 359 so that I may offer an alternative motion. Thank you very much.
Senator Prentice, do you want to speak? Okay. Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in support of Senate Bill 359 and ask my colleagues to overturn the ITL recommendation by the committee. Senate Bill 359 is intended to be a housing-related legislation, a solution to a real problem, affordable housing here in New Hampshire. Pick up any newspaper, talk to any business, talk to a city council. They are struggling to find housing, affordable housing for their workforce and for their families. We know that New Hampshire has a housing crisis and that this crisis is negatively impacting our state's livelihood and competitiveness, something we can easily see with the 1% vacancy rate and skyrocketing costs of home ownership. One of my favorite books is The Tipping Point by Malcolm Gladwell. And one of the main reasons that I really like this book is because it offers a simple perspective, which says many of the solutions to problems are what we call within the margin. They're simple. They don't require a complex overhaul. They offer this, it's right in front of you, and you can already see this. That's Senate Bill 359. The state of New Hampshire owns property. It owns buildings that are unused. They are prime for this very type of development for municipalities, for their work, both the municipalities and workforce, our workforce community would see this benefit. I also just want to, so again, this is within our margin. We experienced this in the city of Lebanon back in my early days on the city council. We've had two experiences, but one is where we did. We inventoried every piece of property because we were trying to find a space that we currently own that we could actually make available to build housing in our city, which is constantly a crisis. So read the Valley News, and we have no place to put that workforce. And we have people commuting in upwards of 30,000 a day into the greater Lebanon area. So, and as the senator from District 21, I promise I'll get better at this, Senator Morse, highlighted, she did work on an amendment. She brought together Administrative Services, the Department of Transportation, and even Forest and Lands, and identified that there are 59 properties that we would really be focusing on here. So the requirement would be to take these 59 properties, to deem them as surplus, and make them available on the website. Yes, there is an annual report that is already made available, but this would escalate that and highlight that. And if there wasn't a problem, and I respect what's already in place, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So I ask you to look at what's already within our margin. We already have a tipping point here, and support Senate Bill 359, and let's overturn this ITL recommendation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Senator Reagan?
President, we can all agree that there's a housing shortage for probably every income level. But the way to resolve that is to bring a bill forward to address the housing shortage, not to go out and inventory every piece of property in the state, which number in hundreds, if not thousands, to find a piece of property to build on when there's developers that do that as a matter of course. And as it is, each department has somebody in their staff that keeps track of their real estate. So this is not the way to resolve the housing shortage by inventorying every piece of property that we own. It just is an enormous effort to find something that other people are looking for all the time, people who are in that business. So I would just once again ask the body to support the bill.
Thanks, Senator Reagan. Senator Whitley?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the committee recommendation. So I represent the city of Concord, and as we know, there are many state-owned properties in the city. Some are just sitting unused. And so the Concord Coalition to End Homelessness, which is an incredible organization that works not only with our unhoused population, but they also work to solve the problem. They work to affirmatively find places to live for our Granite Staters. So they actually came to us with this solution. And the other thing that's very important to note is that the Concord Coalition to End Homelessness works very closely with developers of affordable housing. They speak with those developers and they ask those developers, what is the biggest barrier to actually getting these developments moved forward? And their answer was finding the properties. And so we had a problem that was identified by the Concord Coalition to End Homelessness, a problem identified by developers of affordable housing, and we created a solution. And not only that, Senator Perkins-Coca, my friend from District 21, worked with all the agencies that would be impacted by this to find a solution. And she worked version after version, and I can attest to that. She worked very hard to find something that would be workable. So we have a problem, we have a solution, and I would urge my colleagues to vote down this recommendation so we can put forward another motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Perkins-Coker?
Yeah.
The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 359. Senator Gaida, with a question of.
Sponsor of the bill.
Senator
Thank you, Senator,
Perkins-Coker.
for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. President. My question is this: does not Administrative Services already have a complete inventory of all the properties in the state?
Thank you, Senator Guider from District 2. Yes, they have a complete inventory. So what we've narrowed the bill down to is that in that inventory, there's a field, a status field that is not required at this point. And so what the bill would do is require that field to be filled out, which would then allow our developers seeking to address the affordable housing crisis to see that status on the public website so that they can inquire about the properties that might be available for disposal to address housing.
Thank you. Thank you,
you.
Mr. President.
Any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 359. Roll calls have been requested by Senator Whitley, seconded by Senator Gaida. The clerk will call the roll on the inexpedient to legislate.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted 13 to 11. Senator Khan for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure to introduce Liam Johnston, who I've met this week. He's a student from Holderness School. He's about to graduate, and he's a basketball star, about to come to Keene State College to major in economics and hopefully play for our NCAA qualifying team. Welcome, Liam.
On. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 320, an act relative to healthcare provider contract standards. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 5-0. Senator Bradley for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 320 be referred for interim study. Senate Bill 320 modifies provider contract standards for the purposes of the managed care law. The committee heard much testimony on the prevalence of the issues that Senate Bill 320 seeks to address, which are unilateral changes on contract terms by insurance carriers, and that was the position of healthcare providers, and the healthcare providers indicated that those changes to contracts are through changes to the provider manual. I think you can see it's already complicated. The committee is not certain that Senate Bill 320 would address the issue and encourages more conversation between insurance carriers and healthcare providers to find a non-legislative solution. It's my view, and I think the view of the committee, that simply introducing this legislation, spurring the conversation between providers and carriers, has done more to resolve this issue than any legislation could hope to do. I would also further add that the insurance department has significant regulatory oversight over insurance carriers, and complaints can be filed there too. So for all these reasons, the Senate HHS Committee asks for your support for the motion of refer for interim study. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Motion is to table. All in favor of tabling, say aye. Opposed? Tabled. Senate Bill 320. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 335, an act relative to collaborative pharmacy practice agreements. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Sherman for the committee.
Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. You caught me with a tabling motion. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 335 ought to pass. This bill provides that a collaborative pharmacy practice agreement is an agreement between a pharmacist and an attending practitioner. SB 335 makes one simple change to the statute and removes the requirement that a patient sign the technical clinical agreement between the provider and the pharmacist. These agreements are up to 20 pages in length containing the technical, clinical guidelines in which a pharmacist may operate and requiring a patient's signature on them is often confusing for patients, especially those in a hospital clinical setting where the agreements are primarily used. SB 335 will remove the unnecessary patient action of signing the agreement without removing the patient's informed consent. This bill does not change informed consent requirements, and it does not change the scope of practice for pharmacists, nurse practitioners, or physicians. The Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 335. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 335. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 372, an act relative to employee leasing companies working under contract with a hospital. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bills be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 372 be re-referred to interim study. SB 372 requires an employee leasing company working under written contracts with a hospital and providing direct patient care as a part of the hospital services to provide an itemized billing statement to a patient for medical services provided. It also requires that bills a self-paid patient to accept payment in full for amounts generally billed by a hospital for medical services, and requires a hospital to annually report its financial relationships and other information about its affiliation with the ELC. Although the constituent struggles that inspired SB 372 did raise serious concerns and questions over certain practices, the committee was not certain that SB 372 or an amendment to it could address the constituent situation or similarly situated constituents. Therefore, the existing question over the definition and terminologies used in the fields that the committee could not answer. So, in essence, a majority of the Senate and Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support for motion to re-refer to interim study on SB 372 to determine what I just said.
Can you repeat that? Thank you, Senator Avard. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 372. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to refer to interim study is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 374FN, an act relative to the SARS-CoV-2 vaccinations. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Bradley for the committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 374 be referred for interim study. Senate Bill 374 would prohibit a person from requiring an individual who had COVID-19 or who is under the age of 18 to receive a vaccination against the virus as a condition for employment, education, or access to businesses or entities open to the public. The bill also establishes an exemption as a matter of conscience against a vaccine mandate. The bill establishes a criminal penalty and a private right of action. If I might continue, Mr. President, I don't think that there have been more issues that are more controversial than vaccine policy over the last year in this room or in that room. I say that being fully vaccinated and fully boosted, and thankfully so. I made a cost-benefit analysis, risk analysis, whatever you want to call it, and believed in my own circumstances with white hair and being at risk that it would probably be a good idea to be vaccinated. But I don't believe that people should be fired for not being vaccinated either. So there are compelling arguments on both sides of this debate. And I salute my friend from District 7 for bringing forward those arguments. And in some case, I would say I would agree with it, but in the case that I have talked to many people over the course of the pandemic that they should speak to their medical provider about what the best course of action for them is in their own personal healthcare circumstances. We allow in this country for religious and medical exceptions for vaccine policy. That's long been established. But we don't allow for so-called conscientious objector status. And so in trying to balance the competing interests of this bill, I had to look at what's happening in Washington and the recent case in the U.S. Supreme Court. And so what it came down to for me is the risk to New Hampshire if we adopt this kind of policy is significant. We had testimony, and it was a long hearing by the Hospital Association, among other medical providers. And the representative of the Hospital Association said that not receiving CMS funds, Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, would cost millions of dollars, and it would bankrupt hospitals. Millions of dollars and bankrupt hospitals. And then she went on to say, oh, by the way, I'm not exaggerating. She also went on to say that imposing criminal penalties for employers would have a chilling effect. It would increase lawsuits and resulting in significant monetary costs to the state. So I followed up after the hearing with the representative of the Hospital Association, and I said, do you have a cost estimate of what this policy would mean for New Hampshire? And when she said to me in the hearing, excuse me, I was not exaggerating, she's absolutely accurate. The potential cost for loss of Medicare dollars is $1.9 billion, that's with a B, billion dollars for Medicare with this policy, potential loss. For Medicaid, it's $400 million. And that's just the 26 hospitals in New Hampshire. Those numbers don't include nursing homes, either county nursing homes or private nursing homes. It doesn't include private facilities, for instance, ambulatory surgery centers. Doesn't include independent practices, home care providers, community mental health centers, or community health centers. So when faced with that kind of dilemma, and the U.S. Supreme Court spoke last November, it was a 5-4 decision. They spoke. They upheld the ability to sanction states for healthcare providers with this kind of policy. That means it puts at risk the kind of funding that I just described. I'm sorry. That's why I voted for interim study. I do believe that people should not be fired if they have chosen what they have chosen. I chose differently. I'm glad I did. But I also can't put taxpayers in New Hampshire on the hook for those kind of costs with this kind of policy. Can't do it, Mr. President. And I urge you, all of you, to join with me, and I think the vote is yes, on interim study on Senate Bill 374. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Bradley. Senator French.
I rise to ask this body to overturn the committee recommendation of interim studies so a more appropriate motion can be made. And I do thank the senator from District 3 for bringing forward all the points I was going to bring forward, or most of them. This bill does 3 things, as you heard. If you've had the virus, you cannot be mandated to get the vaccine. If you're under 18 years old, you cannot be mandated to get the vaccine. And if you claim a conscientious objection to getting it, you can't be mandated. When I was listening to all the testimony, I heard nothing about the benefits to your health for getting the vaccine. I heard about the money that we would lose in federal funding if we don't enforce it. The hundreds of millions or billions of dollars to the hospitals, the hundreds of millions of dollars to the universities, but nothing about it being for their health. It's all about the money. Now, my niece went to school. She had to drop out of the university because she refused to get the vaccine. She was going for a nursing degree. She was almost done, but couldn't do it. Couldn't complete because she wouldn't get the vaccine. So with this being all about the money, I'd just like you to think about it. The effects that this vaccine could have on our constituents, on the effects, future effects it could have on our children and on our grandchildren, and think about whether we have the right to accept what goes into our body or not. And in my opinion, my constituents' rights, my children's rights, and my grandchildren's rights are not for sale. I don't care how much money is involved. And then I've been told to take out the hospitals and the universities. Maybe that would fly because that's where the federal money is not going to be going. But then I'm thinking about it. The doctors, the nurses, the LNAs, the house cleaners, they're all my constituents too. And they all have rights, and their rights can't be bought. So I'd like you to overturn, vote no on the ITL, so a better motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator France. Senator Ava requests a recess. Senator's in recess for 2 minutes.
I speak in support of the interim study. I think many of the points that I would normally have made have already been made, but there have been subsequent issues that have been raised by the bill's sponsor that I just want to clear up. As we know, this has been a hugely political issue, which I think is unfortunate because I think at its fundamental, this is a public health issue. When we think about COVID right now, and I think we all should remember that over 300,000 New Hampshire residents have tested positive, and we've lost over 2,400 of our neighbors to COVID. So from my standpoint, this isn't a political issue. This is a healthcare issue. It's a public health issue. There's been a lot of misinformation out there. Fundamentally, when we think of vaccines across the board, we think of probably the second most important public health intervention in the history of medicine and in the history of human disease. The first being something that's near and dear to my heart, septic systems and clean drinking water. So that kind of public works is actually the most effective in keeping down the spread of disease. Vaccines are second, and the number of people they've saved, the lives they've saved, many of us aren't old enough to have lived with polio, but many of my professors when I was in med school did, and it was awful. And the vaccine was life-saving. One statement that's come out in the committee was the idea that we should wait 20 to 30 years and see if the vaccine is safe. We already know it's a lot safer than getting COVID. Just give you a little bit of background on some of the numbers with vaccinated versus unvaccinated. Vaccines in all patients, adults and children, 80 to 90% reduction in hospitalization. The cost in the United States of every unvaccinated patient, whether or not they ever get sick, the per capita cost is more than $20,000 based on a study of the Kaiser Permanente Foundation. 6 times higher hospitalization rates in adults who are unvaccinated. And in just people say, well, kids don't get sick. So this bill does talk about those under 18. 8,300 Americans have been hospitalized, and this is fairly old data. It's about 2 months old. 5,200 of those kids developed an autoimmune disorder that will likely be chronic, long-lasting, and there have been 791 deaths. The vaccine, if you are unvaccinated, your risk of death of COVID is increased 17-fold. So let's just let that sink in. This bill has a lot of problems. It's way too expensive. But the reason why we have mandatory childhood vaccines, the reason why we do these things is because there's a certain population, not because you have conscientious objection, but because they actually cannot be vaccinated because it's too dangerous. Those patients are at risk when everyone around them is not vaccinated, or even when 1 or 2 people around them is not vaccinated. And it's not a risk of getting sick with COVID, it's a risk of dying. And it's a risk of long-term COVID. So on the healthcare side, on the public health side, this political attack, and I understand and I really respect the sponsors' views on this, but we need to stick to the science. We don't have 20-year data on the COVID vaccine, but the actual mechanism that is designed for the COVID vaccine, when you talk about an mRNA vaccine, this is something that's been around for more than a decade. It has been extensively studied. It's safe, but there are some people who have side effects. It's not perfect because there are some people who get sick and have breakthrough, although it's much milder. So this bill takes away the ability of everybody who has contact with kids under 18 to actually mandate or require vaccination. We already have a system in place through the Department of Health and Human Services that has worked for decades really well with every other vaccine. And if you remember back to swine flu, that was withdrawn the minute there was a high incidence of a disease called Guillain-Barré. And I actually know a friend of mine who's a GI doc had to give up his practice because he had swine flu vaccine and then got Guillain-Barré. We don't see that in this vaccine. We see that the risk of being unvaccinated far outweighs the risk of being vaccinated and preventing disease and death. The problems with the bill are also what the BIA has pointed out. Virtually no businesses other than healthcare-related businesses require vaccines. But to take away the right of businesses to keep themselves, their employees, and their customers safe, if that's what they want to do, is something we have never done in this body. And finally, it is completely unnecessary to put these criminal penalties in. It's like using a hammer rather than, or a sledgehammer rather than a scalpel blade. It's just obliterates, it's completely unnecessary. So expense aside, with the facts on COVID and on the vaccine, I agree that the government should not be telling people they have to get a vaccine. But I do agree with Senator Bradley from District 3 that we shouldn't be telling businesses what they can and can't do. And we really have to be careful about the expense. Think of more than $1 billion. So I would support the interim study. I would hope we would all stick to the science, protect those who can't be vaccinated, and recognize that this vaccine does reduce risk, does not have long-term unintended consequences now at almost 2 years, actually closer to 3 years now of experience, and that we do see real disease in children, which we can prevent. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. Senator Prentice.
Mr. President, I want to speak in support of the interim study motion on 374. And although I respect the work of my colleague from District 7, I think if we're going to talk about health, I just want to turn to my right here and point to the comments specifically from the Hospital Association and that our senator from District 3 brought up, because this will be about health. The funds that we're talking about into the billions from Medicare dollars and the millions for Medicaid dollars will actually have a significant impact and potentially cripple the healthcare system that is already struggling in managing the work that they have done to respond to this pandemic. So when with decisions come consequences, and we make decisions here every day. But I think it's important to note that I think it's important to note that what the impact will be on health and healthcare and public health in this state if we were to lose these kinds of funds, which I don't consider respectively being bought. I consider it our diligence to make sure that patients are able to get access to health care, that the providers are reimbursed, and the facilities for the work that they do. That's what happens here. So I support this interim study motion. I appreciate all the points that have been discussed, and I want to thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Definitely an emotional bill. I support my colleague from District 7. I'm a co-sponsor of this bill, and I believe that we should pass the bill as written. We're told to trust the science, and I feel like I'm living in the days of Galileo. Back then, it was the church. Church says, don't question our authority. Galileo did, and he was persecuted for it. Nowadays, we question the science, and we say, well, I'm not sure. 30% of our workforce are nurses across the nation, according to the testimony that's out there. These nurses said, you know what, I'm not taking this vaccine. Half of them said, I'm not taking it, and they left, even though they were on the front lines, and we hailed them. Everybody was holding up their signs, yay, we love you. Sorry you lost your job. The others were fired. These are intelligent, informed people in the medical field. And they decided to give up their long-term career because they have doubts. I believe it was WMUR, I'm not really sure, maybe I did hear, that there were some side effects for children that were vaccinated, and it might have been heart problems. That calls you to at least question the science. The science. Well, it was candidate Biden and candidate Kamala Harris who, on the campaign trail, said they don't trust the FDA and CDC. Now all of a sudden they do. Interesting. Well, they were not chided for their statements, and they got elected. We're not allowed to have props, but I got a little thing of baby powder in my hand here. Cute little baby. Smells nice, it's soft, and people have been using it for years. They put it all over their bodies, and lo and behold, who'd have thunk it, as my dad would say? Cervical cancer. Causes cervical cancer, and there was a lawsuit. Ladies and gentlemen, I love Hulu, and there's a program on Hulu called Dope Sick. Dope Sick was kind of like a documentary on OxyContin. Yeah, OxyContin. That safe drug that the FDA approved. Lo and behold, New Hampshire benefited from that. Why? Because there's a $46 million lawsuit that says, you know what? The FDA was wrong. There's some problems with OxyContin. It's habit forming. I brought up in committee and in testimony, is there a 5-year? Is there a 10-year? Is there a 15-year? And I don't think I ever said 20. Study on side effects of these particular vaccines. Nobody to this date has given me a proper answer. Nobody. The bill is trying to protect the right of somebody's conscience. But there's a lot of money involved. And apparently, that money can buy an individual's conscience, whether to choose or not choose. This is a tough choice. It's a very tough choice. And I think when you take all these things into consideration, people should have a right to say no. And then in testimony, I believe I asked the doctor in our committee, can people who are vaccinated contaminate somebody else? The answer, I believe I heard him say yes. So now we have the question, are you vaccinated or are you not vaccinated? Are you a clean spreader or are you a dirty spreader? Are we going to have leper camps? Are we going to say, well, you weren't vaccinated, therefore you can't come to work for me. You're not allowed to work for me because you could spread it. However, if you're vaccinated, you can come work for me because you're a clean spreader. People are asking these questions. My constituents are demanding the right to say no for now. Know the now. Braveheart. Great movie. Know the now. But we want to take that right away from the parents. And for that reason, I'm going to vote down the motion for interim study. I want to protect parents' rights. I want to protect parents' rights. Let me be clear. I want to protect parents' rights. And Mr. President, I don't want this to drag on, so I'm not going to take questions. I made my statement. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Abad. Senator Sherman.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to do a little fact check on what you just heard. We had a similar discussion in committee, and on the issue of talc and baby powder, there were no studies, because in the United States, you can bring a product to market without any studies. Think of it: tobacco, PFAS, baby powder, the hardener. Remember BPA, the hardener in plastics? Arsenic. We used to use arsenic. We didn't have studies. It was on the market. On the other hand, opioids did have studies. I've been in practice for over 30 years, and we've known about the dangers of opioids. The reason why the drug companies were sued was because they were marketing not only to doctors, but directly to patients. They were working with hospitals to try to push their products. And that's been borne out in court. It wasn't that the FDA screwed up. They said it was addictive. I've known it was addictive since med school. Same thing, by the way, with benzodiazepines, Valium, Xanax. We know those are addictive. And by the way, alcohol. Not on St. Patty's Day. I don't want to get into national politics, but you can do your own fact checking on the Biden-Harris thing. It's just, we're at the state level. I'm not going to go to the federal level. Studies on the effects of vaccines are done at 3 years after introduction. And yes, there is heart disease. It's called myocarditis. Typically extremely mild and resolves spontaneously. Very rare cases, much more rare than people who get COVID and get sick and get hospitalized or die or otherwise. It persists. Breakthrough? I already commented on breakthrough. Could I be carrying COVID? Could my colleague be carrying COVID even though we're vaccinated? Of course we could. Because we can get breakthrough infections. We know that. How many of you have had a flu vaccine and ended up with the flu? But guess what? That flu is by far less severe than it was if you didn't have the vaccine. And those studies have been going on for years. And finally, parents' rights. You know, I've always thought that we really try to protect individuals. We have children who will die if they get COVID, and those same children cannot be vaccinated. Parents have the right not to have their child vaccinated, but some parents don't. Some parents' children cannot be vaccinated. So, out of respect for those parents' children, those kids cannot go to schools or to stores or otherwise because the people around them aren't vaccinated. That's why we have a policy of looking at this. And the Department of Health and Human Services already has a very effective mechanism to look at whether or not a vaccine becomes mandatory. And right now, they're not even looking at it. This bill is expensive, and we can't afford it. And if for no other reason, let's put in an interim study. Let the Department of Health and Human Services look at whether or not these vaccines are everything that the senators have talked about. But in the meantime, let's not spread misinformation, and let's make sure we understand what is and isn't known about COVID. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. Senator Gannon with a question.
Thanks for taking my question. The bill
Senator
sponsor.
French.
Just a quick question, Senator. and I have struggled with this bill, and I am passionate about it, like you and Senator Bide. I believe people, like Senator Bide said, have a right to say no for their families. I'm immunocompromised, and other members of my household are. And I am a small business owner, and why can't I set the rules for my shop? I understand one person's liberty interest, but do you not understand mine? If I'm fearful, whether it's reasonable or not, it's my business. Why are you taking away my right to decide what happens and can affect my family at home? Thank you, Senator.
Senator, I do not like to mandate to businesses, yet we do all the time in the state. We mandate for everyone different issues. On this issue, I don't think your rights supersede the rights of my constituents, my friends, for pursuing what I truly believe are their constitutional rights to say no.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the senator from District 3. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. As you can see today, we've had a pretty passionate debate about this issue. And like many of my colleagues in this room, there are parts of this bill that I really agree with, but there are parts of this bill that I don't agree with. As the chair of HHS, can you tell us if we are going to be seeing more bills dealing with the vaccines?
I'm taking the Irish vaccine today. The answer is absolutely. We debated ad nauseum House Bill 220 last year. I described it on the floor then and would describe it now as threading a needle. That bill said that the government was not going to mandate vaccines, but we were silent on the question of whether businesses or healthcare providers in their own businesses or establishments, like our colleague from Senate District 23 just spoke about. I think we arrived at a reasonable balance in House Bill 220 last year. I think that there were 52 vaccine-related bills that our friends on the other side of the wall introduced. Some, I'm sure, will come here, and we'll be debating this topic again.
Thank you very much, Senator.
The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation to refer to interim study on Senate Bill 374. A roll call has been requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Gaida. Ready for the vote? Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it. The motion to refer to interim study is adopted 18-6. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 458 FN, an act relative to the Sununu Youth Services Center and Operation of Replacement Secure Facility. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment with a vote to 5-0. Senator Bradley for the committee.
Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Here's another fun one. I move Senate Bill 458 ought to pass with amendment. Senate Bill 458 closes and dispenses of the control of the facility known as the Sununu Youth Services Center as well as sets out parameters for the contract for a replacement facility. The committee amendment addresses many concerns that were raised about timeline for closure, the clinical practice at the facility, the therapeutic nature of any new facility, and the possibility of children being placed out of state and out of New England. So I have to start out by saluting the work of our friend from Milford, who chaired the committee that looked into the provision that we passed in House Bill 2 last year, which called for the closure of the Sununu Center, I believe, by June of 2023. March 1st, I'm sorry. That was an unrealistic date that was established in the budget last year, given the difficulty of a replacement facility and replacement services, which is where most of the youth that are sent to the Sununu Center should be in clinical services as opposed to in a prison. There's been an awful lot of talk about what's happened in the past at the Sununu Center. We will be debating a bill that seeks to redress some of the problems that have been horrific that have occurred there over the years. The vast, vast majority of youth that get sent to the youth detention center really do not need a prison. What they need is safe and secure professional treatment and therapy. Senate Bill 458 will push us in the direction of that goal, but at the same time create a much smaller, better focused facility of up to 18 beds that would be built using federal dollars. The one thing that I think needs to be stressed in the committee amendment is that we have given a safety valve if there are construction delays or other delays due to unforeseen circumstances, so that we're not forced into some of the choices that our friend from Milford had to make because of the unrealistic timeline that we adopted in the budget. And I would say about that timeline, there's broad agreement on a partisan and bipartisan or nonpartisan basis that the Sununu Center should close. But the unrealistic deadline led to some of the choices, in particular out-of-state placement, in order to accommodate those youth in the interim. The committee amendment also mandates that the Department of Health and Human Services report quarterly to the Joint Legislative Committee on Health and Human Services, the Child Advocate, and others on the progress being made toward closing the Sununu Youth Center and constructing and opening a new facility. I want to make it clear, for the record, the legislative intent that the committee expects those reports to include what progress the department has made, and if that progress is sufficient to reach the goal of closing the center by July 1 of 2024, the new date, even though there is a safety valve that's built into the law. And if it's not achieved, why more progress has not been made. This should further ensure we do not find ourselves in 2 years' time up against another impossible deadline. I know there's going to continue to be a significant discussion about this bill. I think it's going to go to our Friends Committee, the Finance Committee, for further discussion. This has been a long and arduous process. When we first started on this process, I believe it was in the 2017 or 2018 timeframe, there were some 60 or 70 youth that were detained there. We have significantly reduced the population due to building up of services at other facilities. I think there are only 11, 12, 13 youth that are detained in the Sununu Center now. There's broad agreement. It should be, as the governor said in his State of the State, bulldozed. We put a provision in this bill for any new facility that there would have to be consultation with the host community. That's absolutely appropriate. We put a provision in this bill to make sure that the city of Manchester is consulted with disposition of the property. A lot of good work was done by our friend from District 11. This amendment continues that process. I urge its passage. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee amendment for several reasons. As a young lawyer, I conducted several investigations at the Sununu Youth Services Center and documented a pattern of abuse and neglect at that facility and lack of treatment. This facility, while shiny and beautiful, has failed to provide our most vulnerable children adequate safety and the treatment they so desperately need. I then spent the next decade of my career working with my colleagues in this body and outside, in and outside of state government, to build a system where children get what they need, when they need it, where they need it, so they don't end up in the state hospital or they don't end up in the Sununu Youth Services Center. So too often we know that a contributing factor to contact with the juvenile justice system is an unmet need for behavioral health treatment, support, and services. Many youth end up in the juvenile justice system not because of the seriousness of their crime, but because appropriate community-based in-home services to address their specific behavioral health or trauma-related needs are lacking. Their conditions have not been recognized, or the relevant service systems set up to serve them are not coordinating effectively. Yet, involvement in the juvenile justice system reduces the likelihood that youth will have access to these services that they so desperately need, that are demonstrated to reduce delinquency, symptoms of mental illness, and substance misuse. But because, as my friend from District 3 mentioned, of reforms adopted by this legislature, New Hampshire is truly on a path to providing children with most appropriate services to avoid delinquency in the future, and then connect them to the appropriate services after involvement with the system and before they are committed to the Sununu Youth Services Center. This proposal and this amendment is a step in the right direction because it will keep our community and our children safe. And I want to note for the record that the amendment says 18 or less for the capacity for this. And I will say that I personally believe at this point 18 beds is not necessary. When we built the original Sununu Youth Services Center for a capacity of close to 150 children, by the time it was finished, we didn't need it. We don't want to do the same thing here. We want to be very careful that we are not overbuilding, and that we are making sure that children instead are getting in-home and community-based services and not being detained to a facility that can't adequately meet their needs. I will note that in January 2022, our census was only at 8. So I want to be really careful as we're building up the system of care that we are not overbuilding. So I think this amendment has adequate flexibility that as we move forward with the project, we are really looking at the necessary capacity, balancing public safety and the needs of our children. Now, I want to commend my friend from District 11 for his work and his commitment to these children. I feel deeply that he and others on the committee care deeply about these children and want to prevent future abuse and neglect in the future, and I look forward to working together on that issue. But unfortunately, the proposal in the original bill sends some of these children to residential facilities. And I will say that I believe sending children to existing residential providers, unfortunately, isn't the answer that is best for these children. It is widely recognized in the data that the more effective intervention for this population involves intensive, evidence-based in-home and community-based treatment that we are working on building in New Hampshire that engage youth and their families. Sending children to privately run facilities will not keep them safe because those facilities are less accountable than our state-run facilities and not subject to our state right-to-know laws. Children and youth with disabilities who end up in these private residential facilities are often placed out of sight and out of state. They are far from home, making it difficult for parents and guardians to monitor health and safety. They also operate with little government oversight. The National Disability Rights Network, NDRN, produced a report in October 2021 documenting cases of the complete failure in these privately run facilities to provide any mental health treatment for children and youth, treatment that is the stated purpose of the placement of children in the first place, and that's paid for by taxpayer expense. Investigations from protection and advocacy agencies around the country have uncovered abuse in for-profit residential facilities across the nation, from broken bones, fight clubs, and sexual abuse by trusted staff, to forced isolation, shaming, and the complete failure by some of these facilities to provide the mental health treatment that prompted placement in the first place. Now, going back to the proposal in the amendment, what is most encouraging about this proposal is the deep, deep connection it makes between New Hampshire's juvenile justice system and New Hampshire's system of care for children with significant behavioral health and mental health needs. A vast majority of children who end up in our juvenile justice system have experienced significant trauma in their young lives and experience a disability. While these children are often very difficult, they also deserve safety, our compassion, and our support. For those reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the ought to pass on the amendment. We had a joint committee between the House and the Senate, guided by the dictates of House Bill 2, which were two primary things. One of them, we heard is that the new facilities needed to be residential look, inside and outside. Secondly, that, well, I guess there are a few things. They wanted it someplace other than the property on which the Sununu Center currently locates. Thirdly, in House Bill 2, the instructions were to find a solution for a facility that would hold up to 18 youth. The reason for that number, while we may have a lower number now, is because there has to be separation by gender, there has to be separation by the needs, as well as a couple other things. So you needed that extra space, and they may not be filled because of the needs that were there at the time. But that population fluctuates on a daily basis. The intent in all of this, and the only way that we could meet the March 1st deadline was to look at residential. And that's what we did. And we talked to groups that could provide, they said they could provide that. I saw the March 1st date as aggressive, but I also saw it as an incentive to get us moving, get us out of the SYDC down there now, and get into something that was being pushed by Health and Human Services as being more appropriate in terms of the way that operations were going to set up, the treatment that the youth were going to receive, and such. So that's what we did. We had, we met for a number of months, put in a number of hours trying to find a solution to meet the directives that the legislature gave us as a committee, as a charge to get this done. So what you had before you in the original bill was that proposal. Was it ideal? No, but it met the directives that we were given. And so I would ask you to turn down the amendment, which basically takes out the months of work we did and kind of replaces it with the HHS's own direction on how they want to do things. I guess that's probably all I have to say, Mr. President. Well, I hope the body would support the work of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Further discussion? Ready for the question? Senator D'Alessandro, do you want to speak on the committee amendment or the bill?
I'll speak on the bill.
Roll call by Senator Daniels, seconded by Senator Abay, and many others. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
Nope.
Senator Bishardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Abard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
No. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 458. Senator D'Alessandro.
Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to vote ought to pass as amendment. But I'd like to give my colleagues a little historical perspective on the Youth Development Center, how the Youth Development Center grew, became the Sununu Center, and why we're in the predicament that we are today. The Youth Development Center, located in Manchester, New Hampshire, on North River Road, has been a facility where youngsters have been sent. Men and women have been sent for a number of years. My wife's great uncle was the superintendent of the Youth Development Center in the 1930s and 1940s. The Youth Development Center at that time was a holding facility, and we all know the problems associated with that. Second step was we had an idea of how to make the Sununu Center better. That was to get rid of the King Cottage, get rid of a couple of other facilities, close the Toby School, which was located here in Concord, take those students at the Toby School and move them to a new facility. This new facility would be built on the campus of what was then the Youth Development Center. This new facility would be financed by the federal government, a grant of about $13 million, and we would put in the rest of the money, and we would create a new facility. This new facility was put together. I was a member of the Senate at that time when the construction of this new facility took place. This new facility was to change the dynamic, and it was to make it an educational center, a truly representative rehabilitation center for young people who were having problems. All right, we invested a lot of money in this particular situation. As I said, we tore down the King Cottage, we closed some of the other buildings, which we now maintain at an exceptional cost. One of the buildings actually is almost, it's a wreck because there was a fire and half of the building was destroyed. That's still on the campus. At the same time, we said we're going to make it better. We're going to make it better. We got an auto shop, we got a wood shop, we got a library, we got a wonderful new facility. It's a facility that's contained. The neighbors were very concerned about the children who were there. We built another little facility on North River Road for the girls. Well, okay, we put that together. We spent a ton of money getting that done. And we were going to have something that was going to be truly representative of rehabilitation. Then we made a couple of crazy political decisions. And we put some people in charge of this facility who really had absolutely no training in rehabilitation, but who needed a job. And these people were, some of them were retired people who, given this job and their retirement, made a fortune. Actually, we had an investigation of the retirement system because of this. So put that all together, and you've got a debilitating, terrible situation. And how do we deal with it? We have a recommendation on the board. We have an amendment on the board. Is it the best situation? I don't know. I'm not an expert in behavioral health. I'm certainly not an expert in dealing with these kinds of problems. I got to face them on a daily basis because of my constituents and others. But it's the best avenue that we could take. And as a result of that, our community, the people we represent, will be serviced. I'm from Manchester. I taught in the Manchester school system. Students that I'd have went to the YDC. I saw that. I was a trustee of the YDC for 6 years when I was on the executive council. So I saw what was going on. We've got to change. I understand that. There's $100 billion that was voted on yesterday, $100 million to cope with the problems that we created. So we're the victims of our own choosing. We are the victims of our own choosing. And $100 million is not going to be enough. $100 billion to pay for mistake after mistake after mistake. And now we have to correct this mistake. We have to correct it. What's the right thing? That's what we're debating today, the right thing to do. We got a reasonable solution. Is it perfect? No, but we have a reasonable solution that we must deal with. You know, my big problem in life is history has a tendency to repeat itself. And we're witnessing the repeating of history on a worldwide basis as we speak, as we're here in this chamber. We don't want history to repeat itself in terms of the Youth Development Center. Too many kids' lives have been endangered. Too many kids' lives have been changed dramatically and not for the better. So we have an opportunity here. We've got to seize the opportunity. We've got to carpe diem. We've got to seize the day and do the right thing. Not only for the constituents that are there right now, the limited number, but for the future. Behavioral health, young people's mental health, an enormous problem in this society. And it is not getting better. It is getting worse. It is getting worse. We're coming out of a COVID environment that caused a lot of problems for our young people. Limited socialization. As I say, behavioral health and mental health problems are pervasive. So I ask my colleagues to dig deep. Think about what you're going to do and make the right decision. And the right decision is to vote on to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Further discussion? The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 458. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be attended.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 459FN, an act relative to healthcare facility workplace violence prevention program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 459FN ought to pass with amendment. Senate Bill 459FN is the result of many months of work by a study committee. This bill requires health care facilities to implement and maintain workplace violence prevention programs and establish a healthcare workplace safety commission. This bill also permits the law enforcement to arrest an individual without a warrant in certain circumstances related to healthcare workplaces. The committee amendment is a small change to allow the collection of data on patient diagnosis code and if behavioral health and mental illness was a factor in the incident. This will allow the commission to evaluate possible changes in the workplace violence and healthcare setting requirements. The Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support for a motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 459 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Workplace violence in the healthcare setting has been something that it's interesting in my 30 years. We kind of accepted it as part of the deal. In St. Louis, I was at Barnes Hospital, and we had these big, huge guys with sort of a royal blue blazer, and they had a big bulge here, and they'd walk around. We had inner-city violence right in our ER. I went down to the VA down in St. Louis, and they had 16 murders in the 24 hours around the time that I was there. I had a gunshot wound, dropped off at the front door of the hospital. But that was kind of, we just sort of literally took it in stride. But it's absolutely gotten so much worse. National studies that just nurses alone, 44 to 60% of nurses report workplace violence. In New Hampshire, we had a pilot study that we heard about in the committee that showed that it's real. And, you know, we lost Rick Simo at Frisbee Hospital, one of the security guards. My friend Mark Grossman, who's in charge of all the ERs for HCA, almost daily they have violence. They had one guy last year in January, which is when Mark reached out to me. In Parkland, they had 2 of their security guards were beaten. Elliott, we all have heard about the story of a psychiatric patient who, and the employee ended up with permanent brain injury. These are real. And for nurses, doctors, especially in the ER, it's real, it's every day, and it's in New Hampshire. My hat goes off to everybody who worked on this, the ACLU, NAMI New Hampshire, the Disability Rights Center, the Hospital Association, the Medical Society. It was an amazing effort, the leadership of Senator Gray to bring it all together, and the leadership of Senator Rosenwald. This bill is really on point. It really balances all the different needs, all the different concerns. It gathers the data and it provides an immediate solution. I hope we'll all support it. It's a wonderful bill, and again, my hat's off to the committee for doing such great work.
Further discussion? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 459. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 344, an act relative to the quorum requirements under the right to know law of meetings open to the public. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Top of the afternoon to you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 344 be interim studied. This bill would remove the physical presence quorum requirements for meeting under RSA 91A. The Senate is currently discussing a number of these pieces of legislation. It is without question that this is a topic worthy of debate. However, I believe nothing can replace the in-person presence an individual has when meeting face-to-face. It is a vital part of our public disclosure. As COVID cases are waning, it is essential that we ensure the public bodies are meeting in public, not hiding behind a computer screen in a Snuggie, when debating hard topics that impact us all. Public bodies must face and be accessible and accountable to the public. And that cannot occur if these bodies are not meeting in public. I don't want my selectman or my school board members zooming from his vacation home in Boca. Face the voters, please. Therefore, the majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support in the motion of interim study on Senate Bill 344. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The motion is refer to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion of interim study and ask the body to overturn interim study so that I can bring forward a floor amendment that contains bipartisan amendments, amending the original bill so that the bill would offer flexibility and transparency opportunities to our local communities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. Senator Perkins Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of SB 344 and in opposition to the interim study motion. As we all saw firsthand during the end of the 2020 legislative session and the entirety of the 2021 legislative session, remote access to meetings provides a wealth of benefits. More people can participate in hearings and have their voices heard. People with differing abilities and health are ensured access without concern, and more legislators can be the voice that their constituents elected them to be without needing to worry about their employment, childcare, or transportation as much. Towns can save administration and staff costs and better serve their residents. It is a local control issue as well. I have worked with my friends from Districts 10 and 11 to craft an amendment that will empower local communities to vote to allow digital meetings. This will ensure that we are not forcing digital meetings on local communities that either do not want or cannot implement them, while also addressing the great public demand for digital remote meetings. This issue does not need further study. We all lived through it with great success. I encourage the body to vote down the interim study motion so we, or Senator Daniels, may offer a subsequent motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
And I rise to ask the body to vote down the motion and allow for the amendment to come forward so that we can consider it. I want to thank the chairman of Judiciary Committee, our senator from District 14. As we proceeded through the executive session on this bill, we exchanged some ideas, what it was that each of us took away from the hearing on this bill, and I requested in particular of the committee chair, can we have some opportunity to see if we can adjust the bill? And I appreciate your support in allowing that extra time to address these questions. As our colleague from District 21 has just said, we do know this issue well. We've been around on this, and as Senator from District 11 knows too, he's brought this forward before, and I appreciate his work that he has done over the last couple of weeks to check with various stakeholders and see what it is that could pass, not just in this chamber, but in the House chamber as well. I think there is a good amendment that is about to be presented, and I hope that the body would support the opportunity to consider that amendment, vote down, vote no on this motion, so that that amendment can come forward and we have an opportunity to debate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Against the interim study and wanted to speak to who did benefit from the flexibility and the opportunity to participate in public meetings remotely. It is the mom with a young child who is trying to juggle bedtime and their civic duties. It's the individual with disability who has never been able to make it to the State House, who for the first time last year was able to provide public input. And it's the person, the working person from the North Country who is potentially working 2 jobs and was able, again, for the first time to participate in a commission or participate in the legislative process. So it's those people. It's not the people that are, in Boca on vacation. It's not the people that are sitting in their Snuggie at home. It's the working mom with 2 young children. It's the individual with disability, and it's the person from the North Country with multiple jobs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to make sure that we're not talking about people not having access to the meetings. What we are talking about is the removal of the physical presence quorum requirement. So this is not something that is addressing the people who want to participate. This is legislation that's talking about the elected local officials. Your select boards, you're talking about your school boards. And I know most of you know I teach classes in government and politics, and I tell my students, local government is the closest government to you. And I had some grave concerns about this bill coming forward, because I really feel that people should be able to address their local government. And that means they have to be physically present. They have to be here. They have to be somewhere where people can talk with them and interact with them. And we talk about those interpersonal skills that we learn from each other, the clues that we get from each other. That is something that gets lost when you do these online meetings. So again, I just want to make it very clear, this is not for the people who are participating. This bill focuses on the elected officials that are sitting on these boards. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Perkins Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleague from District 14. Your clarification is correct, of course, that this bill does concern the elected officials. And none of us want to lose, the wonderfulness of local government in New Hampshire. I think we all appreciate the coming together that happens when we're in person and when we discuss ideas. However, we also want to make sure that there can be a diversity of participation, not just, for public testimony, but in our elected officials themselves. And I spoke to you, I think, in committee when I introduced my version of this bill that, I used to be a city councilor, so meetings were at 7. And when my daughter was a newborn, I can remember running out of the house, trying to make it to my meetings on time, because it was important to me that I participate locally, and I wanted to be a part of that. I always wanted to be with my colleagues, but there were nights where, I was leaving my baby at home at a time when she needed me, when, perhaps if I could have joined over Zoom, that would have allowed me to balance those things better. So, as crafted, the amendment we are hoping to bring forward, and I'm hoping to, persuade some of you on the floor today, it would allow the local legislative body to decide. And what we at the state are doing is empowering the local community to have that conversation and to find a balance that works for them. So rather than impose the idea that it doesn't work and we can never do it, leaving the choice up to them and allowing them to be more flexible and finding a way that allows them to have that diversity. So I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Coker. The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of referred interim study on Senate Bill 344. Further discussion? You ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Khan, seconded by Senator Sherman. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Ricciardi. Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson,
Yes.
Senator Whitley,
No.
Senator Kavanaugh,
No.
Senator Reagan,
Yes.
Senator Soucy,
No.
Senator Birdsell,
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro,
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka,
No.
Senator Gannon,
Yes.
Senator Sherman,
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The motion's defeated, 11 to 13. Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move floor amendment.
Senator Daniels moves on to pass. The bill is now on second reading.
Exactly.
And open for discussion and further amendments. Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr.
For an
President.
amendment.
I move floor amendment 1135S. Wish to speak to it?
Senator Daniels offers floor amendment 1135S and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to thank the senator from District 14 for giving us the time. I know this has been put off on the schedule a little bit, but it allowed us, working with the senators from District 10 and 21, to bring together an amendment, I believe, that took care of the objections that were coming in. And while the senator from District 14 mentioned that this was for the board, I want to speak for a moment as a selectman for 19 years in the town of Milford. Rarely do we have more than 5 or 6 people show up in person for one of our selectmen meetings. During the time that we were able to do things remotely, we regularly had 40 to 50 people online participating in the conversation. That's transparency. That's opening it up so people understand better what's going on at the local level. Now, to the amendment, the first thing that's really important about this is enabling legislation. What it does, it instructs that a warrant article would be put forward, or if you've got a council, it would be chosen by your council, as to whether that community wants those boards and your subcommittees and commissions that are created by those boards to meet virtually. If they don't, if you're in a town or a community that has a problem where you've got a board that is constantly hiding from the public, then you've got the right as a public member to vote no and make them come together. On the other hand, if you've got a board that's trying to be open and transparent and trying to bring participation in, this gives the opportunity for the people to say, yes, we like that idea. It gives us the opportunity to participate better in the proceedings that you're doing. It's also important to say that this does not apply to the general court. So this is just the political subdivisions of the state. There was concerns about there not being a physical presence in the original bill. So in the amendment, you have a physical presence there with not only one, but now we have made it 2 members of the board that have to be present there. And with the concern that of the face-to-face, there is also the requirement that the board members must have video. The video must be on, and it must display their face. It can't be pointed up to the ceiling, down to the ground, just have their picture there while they're off doing other things. So those that are looking, and whether virtually or in person from the location, they can be able to see the expressions of their representatives just as they would if they were in person. So with that, I think we have addressed the concerns that have come up over the past year on this, and I hope you'll support this and allow these communities to decide for themselves on the flexibility and the opportunities for transparency that can be offered to that community. Thank you, Mr. President.
$11:35. You ready for the question? Senator Gray.
I rise to speak against the amendment. Certainly, serving both here in the Senate and on the Rochester City Council, I attend a lot of these meetings, or in case of Rochester, many of those meetings are broadcast on a local channel or recorded and can be seen live streamed. The biggest part that I have a problem with is that we could have a meeting of the city council, which is 12 people plus the mayor, and only 2 people be there. Only 2 people being accountable to the people who show up. We haven't heard anything about that young mother who just can't make it, okay? She doesn't get to talk to her counselors, even if she does try to make it. That homeless person, they're going to show up. They don't have video. They don't have. And who are they going to see? They're going to see 2 people. Wow. Pretty hard to convince 13 people to do something when you can only talk to 2 of them. The requirements that are in RSA 91A right now, that there be a quorum of the group present, and that the people who want to participate via a digital format have a reason. Right now, I found out last night that one of the police commissioners in Rochester, and there's only 3 of them, hasn't shown up at a meeting for a while. Well, where is he? Well, we don't know where he is. Do you think he's down south somewhere enjoying the warm weather? And they kind of chuckled and didn't answer me. There are already people out there who are trying to abuse the laws we've got now. And if you make it 2 people, it's going to get worse. You're going to provide less constituent services. I'm in favor of having people be able to view these meetings via electronic format. I'm in favor of being able to take testimony that can be played at the meeting if someone can't be there and wants to testify. I'm in favor of a lot of that. But not 2 people showing up and no one else even having to have an excuse. I cannot support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just as a housekeeping matter, I do want to make sure everyone has a full copy of Amendment 1135 because some are missing the second page. That's just a housekeeping point. And then I also just wanted to address my colleague from District 6 remarks. So just as a reminder, the substance of Amendment 1135 is to allow our political subdivisions to act through their legislative body. We have established a floor of 2 members physically present. Any other members must have their video on and displaying their face. And again, we are not imposing on the local community exactly how that should look, but rather creating an option for them. And I will say, for example, I've had Durham reach out to me and say they've been unable to have their energy committee meet or create a quorum because there's apprehension about meeting in person. And so this amendment would enable Durham City Council, which is their legislative body, or Town Council, my apologies, to pass a policy that they felt met their community's needs. They could require more than 2 people present if they wished. So that would be their choice. We were just trying to create guidelines to empower our local communities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. So my understanding of current law is that public bodies may participate in a meeting other than by attendance in person. So they already are allowed to do that. Is this correct?
Under emergency situations only.
under emergency situations only. So I live up in the North Country, have a lot of small towns. We have a lot of the select boards who are already doing this under emergency situations. Say you test positive for a virus and you don't want to spread it along to your other members, but you feel fine. They allow that person to call in remotely and participate in the meeting. But why I can't vote for this legislation, yes, there is a question. Thank you, Mr. President. Does this legislation also require that a town, if they've elected to do this, allow electronic participation by members of the public?
That is the intent. If a town decides to do this, there is no mandate here that the town pick up equipment if they don't have it. But if they choose to have it, then certainly that, we certainly would encourage towns. It doesn't mandate that they have to have it electronically for the public. Speaking of your towns up there, where you say that many of them may not have it, I believe that once we pass the broadband bill, then maybe that will gain some incentive in the North Country to be able to have more of that.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this amendment as it states because our legislative bodies already have an emergency option for members to participate remotely. The way this amendment is written, each part of a meeting required to be open to public shall be audible or otherwise discernible to the public at a physical and electronic location. I don't know if you've gone to any of your select board meetings. I have a lot of them, over 30. It is very expensive for some of our small towns to invest in equipment that not only puts out there on the internet the meeting, but to also have somebody to run that meeting virtually and to have other people interact with it. And for that reason, I will be opposing this amendment. Thank you.
Then I rise, unfortunately, in opposition for many of the same reasons already stated. I believe that there is merit to requiring an elected official to stand in the body to which he or she is elected, in the sense to be accountable. As a senator from District 6 has said, if 2 people are there out of a 12-person board, what does that present in the way of an image of interest in participation? You take an obligation when you serve in public, and you oblige yourself to be at the place of that meeting, to be accountable to the public in person. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaius. Recess for 2. We actually have guests, so Senator Ward, if you could introduce them for us.
Thank you, Mr. President. These are, I don't know what grade you are, but you come from the Richard School in Newport. And it's just great to see all of you here. I hope you're enjoying what's going on. Have you learned anything today?
Tell the truth, tell the truth.
Class to be here in 2 years.
Thank you. Without objection, we're going to special order Senate Bill 344 to the next session day. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred, Senate Bill 437L, an act relative to the additional municipal fee for transportation improvements. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 437, inexpedient to legislate. This bill sought to allow communities to increase a fee on registration permits from $5 up to $15. The money collected from the fee goes toward transportation improvements. It was unclear whether the legislative body or the governing body of the municipality would be voting on this fee increase. A majority of the committee felt the bill was unnecessary, as financial needs for transportation improvements can be planned for in the municipal budgeting process. I ask that you support the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise against the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Manchester is one of the communities that does use this fee. The initial fee was put together in 1997, $5. $5 in 1997. Think of what that's worth in today's world. The motion was to move it to $15. The local communities would vote on it and would accept it. Currently, 35 communities have accepted this increase in fee to use for transportation. I think it's about time we made the decision to move it up just a bit. The local community accepts it. They don't have to if they don't want to. It's a local option. When you think of what's happening in our local communities with regard to parking and transportation, I think all of us have hit a pothole or two this year. I know I hit one, and I'll talk about that later. But indeed, the increase is, as we say in Latin, de minimis, which means it's like nothing. And the local communities have an option to exercise their right. We all believe in local option, right? Don't we support that all the time? I think that's a phrase word that's coined around here. Local control, local option. Frenchie's looking at me and saying, Lou, you're absolutely right. I just can't believe the support I'm getting from Senator French. I'm just taken over. So I hope my colleagues will vote against the motion and will allow an ought to pass motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Perkins Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just speak briefly also in support of the bill and against the committee recommendation. There's only one bill this year that 3 of the towns in my district wanted, and it was this one, because we have given our towns and cities very few options to collect revenue, and this would be an additional way that they could. This would therefore have the effect of lowering property taxes on all of our residents, which I think is something we also want to do. So I encourage you to vote no on the ITL committee recommendation so we can offer another recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Coker. Senator Gannon with a question?
No, I just wanted to make a
Senator
comment
Gannon
on the
to
bill.
speak.
to speak. Thank you, Mr. President. A tax is a tax is a tax. My neighbors in Cotton Farm go to get their pizzas on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, because they can go in Hampstead and get the pizza for $8.99 and $9.99. The $10 means a lot to them. In these unprecedented times, with inflation going up, $10 means a lot to my constituents, and I say no, and I want you to support the ITL. Thank you.
Further discussion? Senator Gaida.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the committee recommendation. This is a property tax, make no mistake, and is being used to fund things at a time when gasoline prices are going through the roof. And that mere $10 increase is going to mean an awful lot to most of the constituents I represent. I've not known a town that wouldn't raise fees if it could for the pet projects of those in control of the revenues there. So I will oppose this and ask you to, support the recommendation of ITL and ask you to do the same.
Senator Sherman with a question.
Senator Cuoco.
Senator Perkins Cuoco.
We've heard testimony that this will decrease property taxes, and because of increased price of gasoline, this is more than people would want. But that's confusing to me. Wouldn't this allow places like Portsmouth to increase the availability of public transportation, decrease the need to have your own car, allow for more use of public facilities, and actually decrease the expense for families that currently have to drive their own car rather than have the availability of public transportation?
Thank you for the question, Senator Sherman. It could have that effect. And when we talk about taxation, a good practice in taxation is user fees. So instead of imposing the cost for transportation, improving roads, or public transportation, like you're referring to, on all of our taxpayers, we could ask those who choose to drive their own individual vehicle, as opposed to using our public transportation, to pay an additional fee to maintain those same roads that they're using instead of using public transportation.
Thank you.
Gray with a question.
The senator from District 2.
Senator, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So let me ask you if I'm correct in my analysis of this situation, that a mother of 3 that's living in a car underneath the bridge would have to pay $10 more to register that car. That same mother, if she does get an apartment, the apartment that she was renting, the owner doesn't have to pay anything more because that lady is paying. Am I have I got that right?
I think so.
Thank you.
Senator Gaida, did you want to speak?
We're going to put a tax on car owners so that we can make improvements in municipal sidewalks, bicycle paths, and so forth. Okay? If you want money from your population, put a warrant article in the warrant, and raise the money with the vote of the people. This is unnecessary, and at this times, I think it's rather ill-advised. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to speak about that woman living under the bridge. Because if she's living under the bridge and she owns a car and she hits a pothole, she's going to have to get that goddamn thing realigned. And that, excuse me, I apologize for that. She's going to have to get that vehicle realigned. That's going to cost 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, God knows how much money. What we're asking for, what I'm asking for, is the ability to say to a community, if you believe you can use this money properly, you vote to do it. Isn't that local option? What are we talking about here? An excessive fee that's going to affect this, that's going to affect that. Hey, you decide. It's like you deciding on buying an expensive car versus a cheap car. It's your decision. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with giving a governing body, the ability to make a decision? What's wrong with that? Tell me what's wrong with that. Thank you, Mr. President.
By Senator Gaida. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 437. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Abar.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted, and we didn't have to special order it. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 102, an act establishing a commission to study worldwide combined reporting method for unitary business under the business profits tax. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Gaida for the committee.
Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask you to support ought to pass with amendment for House Bill 102. This bill came from the House as a commission to study worldwide combined reporting method for unitary businesses under the business profits tax, the BPT. We've decided to move our state to a single sales factor for business taxes beginning in 2023. This study commission would not slow that transition, but it would examine how that change affects our competitiveness and makes recommendations on whether further changes might be warranted. The Ways and Means Committee changed the number of senators from 2 to 1, thankfully, but left the underlying bill otherwise unchanged. We did add a committee amendment, however, to address a time-sensitive concern raised by the Department of Environmental Services and the Department of Revenue Administration. A provision of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act eliminated a tax exemption for contributions in aid of construction, CIAC, for water line extensions made by current or prospective customers of private water utilities. Known as the CACR tax, this increased costs for water and wastewater projects can increase the bureaucratic burden on contractors through these problems. As an example, in one of the extensions in this state, $1 million contribution garnered a $300,000 tax against the utility. Repeal of the federal CACR tax has been a bipartisan priority in New Hampshire, support coming from Senator Shaheen, Representative Custer, Senate President Morse, and Governor Sununu. The recently passed Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act restores the exemption for private water companies at the federal level. The Department of DES and Revenue Administration asked us to update the state's treatment of CACR under our business profits tax to align it with the new federal change. This amendment accomplishes this goal. Ensuring that CACR are not treated as taxable contributions will mean that water and wastewater funds New Hampshire is spending to address water quality issues go farther, and that public and private water utilities receive the same tax treatment for water line exemptions. I ask your support for the motion of ought to pass with amendment, and I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. Motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 102. Ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. And I just want to note that I did not vote on that bill. Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President, I move that we take Senate Bill 400 off the table.
Bill 400 off the table. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, say no. We've taken Senate Bill 400 off the table. We've voted on the amendment on Senate Bill 400. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 400. A division was talked about. Are we going to request a division? Are we going to divide the vote? Okay. So you're voting on the question of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 400. Roll call has been requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Gaida. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy. Yes. Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
No. The ayes have it, 13 to 11. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. We are now at the conclusion of the regular calendar, and we'll take up the bills that were removed from the consent calendar. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 257, an act enabling municipalities to incorporate sewage disposal systems as part of their stormwater utility. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Waters for the committee.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge the body to join with the Energy and Natural Resources Committee in voting Senate Bill 257 ought to pass with amendment. Senate Bill 257 allows municipalities to incorporate sewage disposal systems as part of their stormwater utilities. Several years ago, legislation was passed enabling municipalities to establish stormwater utilities. This bill is timely and useful for municipalities because of the situation in New Hampshire's Great Bay region. An agreement has been reached with the EPA to allow communities to develop flexible and inclusive planning. There is also increased interest around the lakes and rivers where there are increasing concerns about nitrogen reduction. The amendment to the bill changes the language on line 8 to read municipalities may incorporate sewage disposal systems as defined in 485A2 as part of the stormwater utility if not already included in their sewer utility. And I ask the body to support the committee amendment, but also to support a floor amendment, which Senator Gaida wisely is bringing forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee's amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? You wisely are bringing forward an amendment.
I wisely rise if recognized by the president.
Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I speak to my floor amendment 1123S?
Senator Gaida offers floor amendment 1123S and may speak to his amendment.
This amendment adds a provision that any plan that is put forward or considered has to have at least one cost estimate of the cost of the plan prepared by a professional entity engaged in stormwater mitigation or sewage treatment and disposal. sort of brings an element of reality to any proposal that's brought forth so that the folks that are going to be looking at it and evaluating it are going to be able to understand what costs they may be incurring if they engage in the process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gaida, the question is the adoption of floor amendment 1123S. Discussion? You ready for the amendment? You ready for the vote? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 257. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 363 FN, an act relative to service credit for certain Group 2 retirement eligibility. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 5-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask the body to overturn the interim study recommendation from the committee so that I might bring forward a floor amendment 1112S. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 363. All in favor, say aye. You weren't listening. All opposed, say no. You've defeated the re-refer motion. Senator Bradley for an ought to pass motion. Senator Carson for an amendment.
Mr. President, I'd like to bring forward amendment number 1112S. And I'd like to thank my colleagues here in the chamber, the senator from District 3, as well as the senator from District 20. As you could tell by reading the recommendation from the committee, there were a couple of really important sticking issues. And one of them had to do with who was going to pay for what. That the employee that was requesting the buy-in was going to pay the lion's share, but who was going to pay the rest? And we couldn't come to an agreement because we could agree that the municipalities shouldn't, but then that meant the state would have to pay, and that would have been a cost to the state. The stakeholders went back. They came to an agreement that is reflected here, that the employee who wishes to do the buy-in is going to pay the full amount. So I hope that all of you can agree that this is a good way to move forward and that you can support amendment number 1112S. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Carson introduces floor amendment 1112S and has spoken to her an amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 363. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to third reading be by this resolution read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session and have several announcements. I think I will recognize Senator Sherman first, though.
Thank you, Mr. President, for unanimous consent. As I think we all know, last Monday morning, Minority Leader Cushing died after a somewhat prolonged battle with very aggressive cancer. And I just wanted to say a few words. Not only is Rennie from my district, but he's also a good friend. And when I first met him, back when I was first elected to the legislature in 2012, he taught me a great lesson over the course of our relationship, and that's watch out if you ever try to underestimate somebody, because Rennie was just so humble, and he would just approach you and give you some feedback. But I would encourage anybody who doesn't know Rennie to go back and listen to some of his floor speeches. They were among the best I've ever heard. They were some of the most heartfelt ever given in my tenure in the House. And even when we moved it over to the Senate, I know it was a mixed vote here, but certainly the vote to end the death penalty, to repeal it, was one of the most moving speeches I've ever heard. But that wasn't all about Rennie. I was talking to his daughter Elizabeth on the phone, and Rennie actually created a participle that I didn't know existed, and it was called playgrounding. And this is what he used to do with his kids. They wouldn't just go to one playground. They would jump from playground to playground to playground because kids get bored, right? So they would go to another one. And it's been recently brought up, maybe we should name something after Rennie, and the family is debating it, but mostly at this point, they say no, except maybe there's a playground somewhere in New Hampshire, because that would be the kind of legacy he would want. I don't know if all of you know his background or his history, but if you get a chance to read his obituary, it was one of the most spectacular documents I've read in a long time. And it really was a testament to a guy who has lived his ethics and morals and his life teachings, and he's not only lived them, he's shared them with those of us who knew him. His family continues that legacy, and it's a remarkable thing. I was supposed to see him that day, Monday at 2, and as I pulled up to the house, Jenny called me and told me that he had died. I went to the door anyway and talked to Elizabeth and shared my condolences. I'm not going to be able to be at the service this weekend. It's on Saturday from 3 to 6. But I wanted to say something about him. And, you know, we think about the things we accomplish here, and many of us have been here long enough to have sort of personal things that we can say we did. But Rennie he's moved mountains. He never gave up on moving the secure psychiatric unit out of the prison. He fought for people who couldn't fight for themselves. He fought against Seabrook Nuclear Power Plant and was one of the organizers of that movement. But here, he has changed lives in a way that many of us wish we could. So I'll leave you with one, I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember the exact quote, but it was reported in Seacoast Online last year when he had this diagnosis. And this is Rennie. To me, this is Rennie. Somebody asked him about dying. And he said, well, I've never done it before. I hope I do a good job. My gosh, that's Rennie. And I would just like to say, Rennie, you did a good job. And none of us who knew him will ever forget him. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Sherman. Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent. You know, many times we rise and we talk about bad things that have happened, but I want to tell you about an amazing thing that happened to me today, which talks about the goodness, the kindness, and the concern that people have for one another. And I think it's remarkable that in today's day and age this happens. I was at a stoplight on my way here this morning at 8 o'clock this morning. Guy pulled up beside me and he said, your tire's flat. Here I am getting ready to enter the turnpike. If I had entered the turnpike and that tire had blown, I could have been in deep trouble. This guy took the time to stop and to tell me that my tire was bad. Think of that. A random act of kindness that probably had an effect of, well, maybe let's stretch it, probably saves one's life. But at 8 o'clock in the morning, I'm sitting at the intersection of Queen City Avenue, getting ready to enter the Everett Turnpike. I got a flat tire. What do I do? So I drive down the street to an auto place, and I say, can you fix my tire? Because I've got to go to the Senate. And the guy fixes my tire. Unbelievable. So when sometimes we get a little, overtaken with things in our debates and so forth, but let's remember the goodness that people have, the kindness that people have, and the willingness of people to help others. Think of that. That guy didn't have to do that. He didn't have to do that. He stopped in the middle of traffic to tell me that I had a flat. A random act of kindness. We all ought to think about that and think about what we can do for people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Del Sandro. Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much. This is also in the good news department. Senator Carson and I had the opportunity to go to a NCSL conference in Dublin, Ireland, in October. And we had the opportunity to meet the Prime Minister and the President of the Irish Senate. And he asked us to form a legislative caucus of American legislators that would interact with a caucus of Irish legislators. There's really no responsibility as part of this, but on a day that all of us in our hearts, if not in actual ancestry, are Irish, I am going to ask anybody that wants to participate in this, and it'll be a one-time event, to group together after the final motion on the podium. I have little papers that indicate that you're a proud member of this Irish American Legislative Caucus. I have a pin for everybody, and we will take a picture. And what could be better on St. Patrick's Day than to send this to Mark Daly, who's the president of the Irish Senate, who would welcome each and every one of you. And after we're done, we can get on with Irish activities. All right, so as soon as we're done, at the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. Any further announcements? Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will try and be quick. I just want to thank all my colleagues for signing this resolution for Ukraine. We've all seen the horror and the carnage that's been happening the past few weeks, and in my head, I was trying to think of something that we could do to help show our support for them. So I decided to put the resolution in, and it dovetails with the fact that actually the Ukrainian parliament came to New Hampshire last summer, spent time with David Tilley. David Tilley has been sharing members of Ukrainian parliament where they are and what's happening to them on Facebook every day. And it's really an honor to see that how strong they are. They actually went into session a couple of days ago. So the New Hampshire State Senate, a resolution declaring support for the sovereign nation of Ukraine and condemnation of the unprovoked Russian invasion. Whereas the nation of Ukraine is an independent state with sovereign authority over its territory, and whereas the nation of Russia has repeatedly violated that sovereignty through its occupation of Crimea and its effort to foment separatist movements in Luhansk and Donetsk, and whereas on February 24th, 2022, Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And whereas Russian forces have targeted civilians, causing untold death, injury, and suffering, as well as forcing over 2 million Ukrainians to leave their homes. And whereas the people of Ukraine have shown courage and fierce determination in resisting. And whereas Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has demonstrated personal courage in leading his nations in defense. And whereas this unprovoked Russian aggression has galvanized international action in support of the nation and people of Ukraine, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the people of New Hampshire send their full support to the sovereign nation of Ukraine, condemn the unprovoked Russian invasion, and call on Russia to immediately cease all military operations against the people and territory of Ukraine and withdraw its forces. I know the members across the way did a resolution. I am going to try and get them both to either the Ukraine ambassador in New York City or in Washington, D.C. But my last thing is, I know there are a lot of nonprofits out there that are trying to help Ukraine. I would just want to give a shout out to one of my constituents' daughter. She has had a 501c3 helping feed the homeless and give clothing out. But she's expanded this 501c3 to for a nonprofit, and she's coupled with her mother who works at Messiello Group in Atkinson, and it's called the Sunflower Project. And she's collecting dollars to be donated to Mercy Chefs, who are actually making meals for those Ukrainian refugees. And when you do give to the Sunflower Project, she gives you a packet of sunflower seeds. And why sunflower seeds? Sunflowers are a sign of solidarity and hope, and they absorb radiation. They are also the flower of Ukraine. And again, I just want to thank you all for signing, and I will make sure that it gets to New York or DC. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. Senator Soucy.
President, unanimous consent. I too just want to take a moment to reflect on the amazing life of Representative Rennie Cushing. Known Rennie for over 30 years, and certainly my colleague from District 24 certainly hit on some of the highlights, but we share so much now that we're back together, and we'll continue to do so. And I think one of the things that Rennie's life taught us, and that Rennie taught all of us, is that we're interconnected and dependent on each other, and we can influence each other in the best possible way. My first term here in the Senate, I was unsure how I was going to vote on the death penalty. I had my personal feelings, but I was unsure what I was going to do. And I had the privilege of going on a long journey over many years with Rennie Cushing on that issue. And it was an issue that was so intensely personal to him because of what had happened to his father. And to have gone on that journey with him was extraordinary, and then to have been able to cast a vote, a deciding vote, and seeing him sitting in that very balcony between his two daughters, folding their hands, was just extraordinary. And I don't want to end on a sad note, because if there's one thing I have to say about Rennie, he certainly had a wicked sense of humor. He would frequently burst into song anytime I saw him, which wasn't that frequent recently, but he'd start singing "Oh Donna," because that's who he was. He truly, truly loved people and loved to persist in his beliefs and ideals and values, and did it in the most respectful way. And I think we should all take heart in the fact that, you know, we're now back together. We need to work together, and it's something that he would want all of us to do. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Soucy. I think the Senate should take a moment of silence in honor of Representative Cushing. Amen. Thank you. 10 minutes ago, I was supposed to speak in Salem at an event that is special to me. It's at the Boys and Girls Club, and it's called the Ganley Luncheon. And I don't know where it's going in the future, but the one thing that it's always been great for is getting people like us together. Today, we have the House up here and the Senate up here, and very few of us are back there at this event. And I'm not sure that's a good thing, to be honest with you, because we don't drink a lot at that event. It's, but but we have a lot of fun. And it certainly is about honoring Salem's most outstanding citizens. And this year was no exception, except they were honoring two because of not being able to do it last year. And I think as you look at it, it's really, in Salem, there's several awards that mean everything to the community, and to not keeping any of them going, and this is the same in all of your communities, in my mind is wrong. We need to keep explaining what those awards started as. A Mike Downing Award. We can't ever let that die in Salem. I mean, these things are so important to our community. But the two people that are being honored today, they both work with veterans in a big way. It's coincidental that they got honored one year after another, but I had two resolutions. Be it known that the New Hampshire Senate extends its congratulations to Patrick Hargraves in recognition of being the 2020 John P. Ganley Award winner for community service, and Cindy Woodbury in recognition of being awarded the 2022 Chief John P. Ganley Community Award for service. They were both signed by me, and I'll make sure I deliver them to them. But again, this is what it's all about. This is why we're all up here. I really wanted to get out of here, but a few of you were long-winded, and that's nothing new. So I don't blame you for that. But I had an Irish thought that I was going to use at the end of speaking today down in Salem. I did have a dig for Senator Hassan, but we won't go through that one. But may your troubles be less and your blessings be more, and nothing but happiness come through the door. Without objection, all personal privileges and unanimous consent shall be entered into the permanent journal. Is there any further business? I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have everything ready for the caucus. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments. And when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor, say aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the